Apparently we're already.
Good morning, John and Robert. Would you guys mind doing the consent item? Since we're waiting, I guess Alex isn't up here yet. There he is.
Hello. Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Also, I guess Kaylee's not here today, so we need somebody else to drive. Robert, I think you filled in last time for her. Would you mind doing that again?
Hey there, sorry I had you on mute for a moment. Yeah, I have to download the files onto here. I'm happy to do that.
Well, I'll go ahead and throw the consent item up, and then while you're downloading, like, I'll just use mine for the time being.
Yeah. Do we have a consent? Am I doing the consent?
I think, yeah, if you don't mind. I was asking John, but then you popped up, and I think you're supposed to be our consent reviewer, so that
Yeah,
would be good.
I look at the plans already, which is an advantage of having the folder ahead.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
do we have an applicant around?
I don't know. Noah, are you with for the consent item? It says C2 on your. address, but there is no C2. So
It's the C1, this is, it's the C1, right?
yeah, that's the one we're reviewing.
Oh,
That's me. Thank you.
okay, Lonnie Rowe, okay, all right, very good.
All right. So there's the plans, but also there's a planner memo. It doesn't say much. It just says the project was approved by the zoning administrator November 8th, and the planner has no comments. So take it away, Alex.
Yeah, well, there was basically one comment about the entrance and providing some more light. So have you worked on that?
Yes, thank you. If we flip to the floor plan sheets, we'll see essentially we widened the entry over a foot. So we end up with a 52-inch or maybe just shy of 52-inch entry. And you can see it on the new first floor plan there,
Okay.
bottom right.
Mhm.
And I widened it to the degree I felt comfortable. I wanted to ensure we have an electrical panel there facing the parking spaces. And I just wanted to have sufficient room there that it didn't start to encroach on
And
the
how,
parking space.
do you get some light on the door, or how do you get some light in there?
Yeah, the plan is to add glazing to the doors, but I'm looking at the door right here and it looks like we didn't tag the door, so we didn't schedule that door, but we're happy to add, we intend to add glazing to that door itself.
So can you tell me how do we approve this without how would you describe the glazing for that door? Would it be like one panel, the whole door would have glass, or will it be the top part of the door? I mean, what do you propose?
Yeah, thank you. We propose a sort of a half panel glazing, so it's not the entire central panel of the door, but say the upper,
Okay.
approximately the upper half of the door. So
Okay, why don't we do this? Can you email Leah the door that you want, and then we'll approve it and sometime today. Okay.
okay,
We
great.
just wanted a drawing of that door, and everything else it was okay before. So you haven't. I hope you didn't change anything. So because you were doing well.
No, thank you. Actually, there was one change, Alex. Thank you. If we can look at the front elevation, we had some discussion about the window choices, and we had a double hung window on the front elevation above the garage that sort of felt a little out of place, and that would be the window on the right side above the garage there. And so we actually swapped that for a casement, and that's the only other change.
Okay.
And the sizing for that casement is driven by needing egress.
Okay, now got it. Yeah. Okay, very good. Okay, so why don't you send us a picture of that door, and then we'll make that part of the approval. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, Mr. Chair, we're done here.
Okay, thank you. And so we do have a quorum, so we could start. Leah, besides Kaylee, did you get any other correspondence from anyone that would not be attending today?
Yes, Val isn't able to make it either.
Okay. Josh will be here at some point. Okay, so then we can go ahead and commence the SBAR meeting of November 19th, 2021. Bring this meeting to order, beginning with public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda for today, please raise your hand. I can't see any of the, anyway, somebody tell me if the hand goes up because mine's not showing. Oh, there we go. Got it.
Mr. Chair, we have no request to speak.
Okay. All right, we can move on then to the agenda status report.
Mr. Chair, we do have one change to today's standard agenda, and that is to formally continue
Item number 5.
item number 5, and that has a specific date. I believe it's does it have it listed on the member agenda? I think it does.
Yeah, January 21st.
There we go. So yes, to formally continue that item to January 21st.
Okay, so that's the Coleman alterations.
Do we need a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so moved. We need a second and a vote.
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Robert. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. John, you're muted. Okay, item number 3. Robert, do you have those files downloaded or are you still waiting on that?
Yeah, I got it. Do you want me to open up the agenda here?
Sure, I'll stop my share.
Is that working?
Yep. So this was from November 19th. Wait, no, that's today. Is that the minute?
The agenda or the
The minutes.
5 minutes?
Be the other Word file.
All right, how's that?
Cool. All right, so it's from November 5th.
Is that the wrong one?
No, that looks right. Yeah, just go ahead and scroll down to first item.
Chris, were you absent that day?
I was.
Okay.
Oh, so do we have to wait until somebody else?
No, I was
No.
just, I wanted to make that correction on the first page.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so looks like consent went through. We can go down to item 1.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Robert, were you absent that day as well? No, you
I
were
believe-
present, right?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
How's this looking? Everybody cool with it?
Yeah.
Looking good here. I'm just gonna slowly keep going through these.
Well, yeah, we have a lot of comments on 2, right? On item number 2.
Yeah, I think we should maybe go back, Robert, to number 2. There you go.
Those references. Seems to cover everything I remember. Is there anything else here?
No, I think it's good. I agree. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think on item number 1, I think I made that comment because there was confusion as to what mission, what kind of roofing they were. I think I should say something like clarify that the new roofing will be 2-piece mission tile. Because there were comments to both, there was an S tile shown in pictures and some comments about 2-piece mission tile. We need to clarify that. So the comment should be clarified that 2-piece mission tile, all new roofing will be 2-piece mission tile.
All right.
And second, B, it should be enhanced, make it more positive, more enhanced landscaping and motor court with additional trees. Okay.
Number 3. There's number 4. It's acceptable. I don't have any comments on this one. Do you, Sir John?
No.
I think it's more than consider. E, I think we should be a little bit.
Use.
Yeah, more concealer. Yeah. Yeah. How about use? Yeah, use darker tone for side walls. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This one was approved. Number 5. Is that right? So good with that? Does anybody have anything to add for 6? 6 seemed like a pretty good project.
About 5. Hold on a second. The project was the signage was changed, right? That's let's see. Yeah, I guess it's correct. Yeah, because they took the monument sign, they did some changes, and I guess it's clear that, yeah, I guess it's fine. Sorry.
Yeah. So number 6 here.
Was the pole sign removed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that covers everything for 6 I can remember.
Yeah.
Let's see. 7.
Okay. How about
Yeah, we gave this one final with adding the oak trees.
right? Okay. Now we go to 8. What do we have here?
Okay. Visual impact slope.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we approve everything except for the summer
Okay.
location. That's good. 8. Yeah, this one was. Yeah, I think I talked to staff that project descriptions like this are really problematic because by the time you get to the end, you forgot what is it at the beginning. And what's hidden in here is what my comment was, and I'm going to change it to C. One member cannot support a 22,000. Let me check again. I think it's the 23,000 square foot single family dwelling, because that's really what the key of the matter is in this project. We have a huge description about roads and little accessory buildings here and there, but the elephant in the room is not really well described. So I advised the staff, the planner, to really put it in the description that we're talking about the 23,000 square foot single family dwelling, and that would be my comment C. One member cannot support the 23,000 square foot single family dwelling.
Okay. Yeah, the landscape plans were kind of very preliminary, so I think that comment is addressed here with comment B. Other than that, anything else? Okay, let's see. Slow cultivation.
Okay, so we go to the next one, the last one.
Yeah, this is number 10.
So, Robert, do the landscaping changes appear to be an improvement or are an improvement?
I think they were an improvement because they took an area that was going to be a big and turned it into native planting that was close to the area. So I think in that sense it was an improvement.
So would you change the word appears for R?
Yeah.
To be R, an improvement over prior proposal. Okay, all right.
Okay, so I
Shouldn't it read change to landscaping to add a native buffer? Should A be inserted between add and native?
good. I think this summarizes
Yeah.
comments during the meeting.
Okay, very good. All
I think
right.
we should add at C and D, just say the board needs confirmation, not just need confirmation. 2 o'clock, huh? Okay,
I mean, like instead of the board would say that plans need to confirm or need to clarify or confirm or something like that. It has to be documented, right? It's not something that we need a verbal communication or something.
yeah, or the applicant should confirm that landscaping along Foothill was installed per plan.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah,
Applicant to confirm.
yeah, okay, yeah.
All right.
Can we put in that installed per plan with several photographs from different angles? Because the way they presented it almost looked like it was like a Photoshop thing. So it'd be nice, to see multiple photos, not just one or two that are kind of enhanced.
Okay, so someone want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, I'm gonna abstain because I was not there. Okay, moving on. Thank you, guys. Item 4, SBAR members informational briefings. Anybody have anything to share? I can't think of anything. All right. Item 5, staff update.
I don't have anything that's popping in my head at the moment.
Okay, maybe you can explain item 6 then, Alex. Let's reconsider the circumstances of the COVID state of emergency.
Yeah, that just has to do with how we have to kind of take a vote every 30 days on whether we continue in person or whether we continue the remote hearings or return in person because of the way our hearings have been staggered and laid out.
Right, okay.
We tend to have to keep doing that every meeting.
Got it. Or every
So
other.
at the last meeting, just as a recap, I think had decided to push that at least through the rest of the year, but we still have to revisit it every meeting.
Okay, well, I'd make a motion to continue virtual meetings until the end of the year.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Alex or Robert, you want to walk us through that?
I think we're going to wait for the applicant to bring a picture of the door. You know, there's an item that was missing in the submittal. So we're going to, if we can table this until the item arrives, is submitted to Leah.
Okay,
Yeah, let's table that. And Leah, let us know when that the drawing of that door arrives.
Will do. I'm keeping an eye on my email.
Okay, great, thanks.
okay. That brings us to our standard agenda, beginning with item number 1. This is the Sampanis single-family dwelling, request of Gordon Statler for preliminary and final approval of a 2,500 square foot single story residence with attached garage, another detached 2-car garage or shop, and guest house on a vacant parcel, about 879 cubic yards of cut, 584 of fill. This is a 2.8 acre parcel located at 7225 Gubernador Canyon Road. Last heard March 5th of this year. Do we have the applicant here with us? Please state your name or names for the record. Gordon, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Sorry, Gordon Statler.
Okay, anyone else from your team here today?
No.
Okay, let's see, we do have a planner memo, which I'll read in a moment, and we have quite a number of comments. Would you, Gordon, do you think it would be helpful for me to read those first, or do you want to go through those one by one yourself?
I thought it would be good to go through one by one and just look at how we addressed them and then work backwards.
Okay. Sounds good. So I'll read the planner memo first, and then I'll just read each comment that we had from last time, and you can tell Robert which page that comment is addressed on.
All right.
So this project is subject to the requirements of the 3E1 zone, the coastal zoning ordinance, and the policies of the comprehensive plan, and it may proceed for preliminary final. Planner comments are as follows. The project was approved by the zoning administrator on October 25th of this year. Coastal zoning ordinance states on-site wastewater treatment systems, including dry wells on a lot located in a special problem area that is designated as such due to sewage disposal constraints, require a minor conditional use permit in compliance with section 35-172 and a coastal development permit issued in compliance with section 35-1694. So there you go. So our first comment from March was size, bulk, scale, and architectural style is appropriate. So nothing to look at there. Restudy use of base trim on section A 2.3.
Right, and that we looked at that, and basically we just removed that. I think that was a good comment, that horizontal trim really wasn't appropriate for the exterior design.
Okay.
Where is that section located, sir?
It was on the elevation, exterior elevation. If you scroll down past the, there you go, maybe the two more. There you go. Oh, wait, this is not.
There are two sets. Which one is it that you want?
Yeah, there were two sets of plans in there. Right?
Okay, now this is the one that did not have, that had some PDF problems. So it would be the.
So. So one is called 1112 PDF, the other one is called 18 CDH 11 plan set 11821. Which one is it?
Probably the 11-12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so scroll down on that one. Keep scrolling past the engineering. Next one.
Okay, page 4, right?
One more. There we go. Those two, there was a horizontal trim band at the base of that.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay.
And so we just removed it because I think that made perfect sense. It really didn't accent the architecture at all. So that has been removed. Let's go back up to the landscape plan.
So that are we moving to the next comment then? Should I read that?
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, so comment C, substantially reduce amount of paving and coordinate architectural site plan with landscape plan to match, especially around guest house and cottage or garage, sorry.
Right, so what we did here is we revised. Let's start at the entry down off Gubernador Canyon. Alex, that was that comment you had that it was so hard for me to get through my head, but once I did, understood it completely. So we've opened that up.
Zoom in there, Robert, don't mind.
I think, slide 8, I think is the one we're looking at, right? If you can enlarge.
There we go.
I think it's the entrance to the driveway. I believe that was.
Yes, down at Gubernador Canyon.
Can you zoom in into that entrance into the?
This file is really jamming.
You know, if you want me to share screen, I could.
Yeah, no, we can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not for final.
Okay.
It's just lagging. Hang on. How's that?
It's still.
Almost.
You go to the right a little bit more.
It'll get there.
There we go.
There we go.
Sorry, you're like 5 seconds behind me.
Right. So right there, we had a lot of paving we didn't need there, so we created that bulb as you came in, And then as the drive came up, we pulled it back away from that large oak that's on Gubernador Canyon. And if you can scroll down just a little bit on that page, please, Robert. A little bit more to where that bottom structure is shown. There we go, perfect. So we slid the garage back up the hill a little ways to pull everything back away from that oak. And then we reduced that paving area behind the garage, between the garage and the main house. And then we enlarged the planter adjacent to the garage right there. And then we kind of showed we showed the hammerhead there to show what, that's our fire department base we've got to work from. So I feel like we pretty well reduced everything that we can do and still get our drives where we need to go on it.
Okay, so that covers D also, restudy location of garage.
Actually covers D, you bet.
Yeah, and then so E, ensure landscape plan and arborist report are coordinated. Applicant is encouraged to save as many oaks as possible.
Right, and so that's part of that large oak. One of the members was concerned about that, and
so we do have an arborist report. So, and I looked through that. That's fine. Item F, restudy shape of driveway entrance from Gubernador to protect existing oak trees. We talked about that, and allow additional planting. Add more large shrubs and oaks to up gradient site of driveway wall to screen view of site from street. So that would be kind of right through here.
Right.
So
So
there you go.
So we added some there. We added a large oak on that drive on that.
Any idea what those trees are?
Those are oaks.
They are, okay. All right. Item G, return with better photo documentation from the road, looking straight up the driveway, provide better sense for how the driveway will connect to the house.
That, if you scroll all the way down to the very last file, that's the photo that we didn't have.
Talking the last sheet.
The very bottom of this very last page, yes.
Yeah.
There are photos at the end if you go all the way to the end.
Yes, it's the last, I think.
That's our report.
Keep going all the way to
There it is.
there you go.
All
That's it. That's the one. So we didn't have that one. As you can see, that actually had the story pole still up. So from the street, that just because of the way the grade runs up there, you really hardly even see the house.
Cool. Everybody satisfied there?
Yep. Looks
Okay,
good to me.
item H, provide material for retaining wall and driveway. Board suggests use of sandstone or gabion walls rather than plaster. Ensure that landscape wall at front entry is softened with plantings.
And so if you could go back to the landscape plan.
Okay.
We were able to modify our grading plan and really reduce the height of these walls from what they were originally. So, and they'll be concrete block with sandstone veneer on them. And if you you can kind of just scroll back towards the entry and see we created a little pocket there. That's probably I think our tallest wall on the site right there is 5 feet. If you move to the right just a little bit more. There you go. And you can see where that car's turning in. That section is 5 feet, and then it drops down to 4 as you roll up the hill. So we've got a plant pocket there that will have some.
That's 5 feet. And you said right. This whole wall is stone clad? Right?
Yes, yes.
Got it. Okay. Very good. Item I, return with further developed landscape plan, provide additional screening to the west of the garage, which we also looked at. Stagger screen planting on north side of driveway to be more natural rather than linear. And we're seeing that here as well. Looks good. Okay. Anything else you want to share, Gordon? Maybe we should run through the details, or did you guys
Sure,
do
let's
that?
run through that. Nothing has changed at all on the plans. I think I included some sheets I probably shouldn't have for you guys here. I included the
Page
electrical.
16, page 16, Robert. Yeah, there you go.
Right,
Just
yeah,
passed it.
there.
You just
Sorry,
passed it.
this
There we go.
follows.
There you go.
So the detailing is very simple with the siding. It's basically siding and 2x6 wood trim. And these will be, let's see, are the right windows drawn? Yes, they had vinyl before, but these will be the wood clad windows. So we'll have the siding, board and bat, and then the heavy 2x6 trim at all openings.
So how do you deal with the high fire? Are you putting the chip, the Type-X chipboard underneath? Is that
Actually, we're going to do hardy board.
hardy board? How about the
Yeah,
soffit? How
We'll
about the
do the hardy.
soffit?
Pardon?
How about the soffit on detail 1?
That will be hardy board also.
I see.
Figure out how to zoom in on this.
If you look on detail 9,
Yeah, I see. Yeah, okay.
hardy plank soffit.
Mhm, yeah.
And then the bats, actually, I think they make a hardy bat, so we may use that, but if not, that'll be wood. But basically the hardy panel on the wall is what's taking care of our fire. And then our roof will be the fire rated comp.
Okay. Yeah, the hardy trim is good enough, really. Might as well. But yeah, whatever. Okay. And,
What else should we see, Gordon? Is that?
It's pretty simple. I think the one detail I see that we don't have is if you look at if you scroll down now from where you are, keep scrolling down to the elevation of the guest house right there. There you go. This detail we don't have, which I see, is our guardrail. But as you can see, it'll be 4x posts, and then we'll have some metal, dark metal cross bracing in there, and then we'll do the 4-inch square wire on the inside. So that gives that a nice open look.
Here.
Yes.
don't you need some high fire stuff as well?
Well, the 4x4 works as that, and then the steel tubes work there, and then that has decking that'll be high fire.
Is there anything else?
That's it. We have the stone veneer, which we have shown on both occurs here and on the main house.
What about light fixtures?
Oh, I did not put those in there. Those will be obviously the dark sky, so we'll need to get you some photos of those.
Oh man, bummer. And is there any landscape lighting?
None proposed at this point. Want to kind of really keep that natural out in that area.
Okay, so, well, it'd be nice to get you through this today. Gordon, do you have the light fixtures that you can email us?
Absolutely.
Table this for a little bit, because that's kind of seems like your only holdup right now.
Absolutely. Let me do that. And you want me to email it directly to you, Chris?
Probably send it to Leah.
Okay, I'll email it to Leah. She can get it while you're there in the meeting.
Yeah, and then we'll do the same thing that we did for the consent item, and we'll just once we get that, we can open it back up, and then but we need to finish this process here. So that's a good presentation. Are there any questions from the board?
No.
No questions.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. All right. Any comments from the board?
I have one comment. It's not a big deal. Let's see what slide number 19 is. That where we are, the elevations. The trim around, yeah, there you go. Okay, the trim around the windows, it's a little bit, it seems like one of each. It seems in some cases the trim goes all the way around the windows. In this case, the bottom trim goes across, and let's see.
Oh, I see what you're saying. On the main house, is it on the main house, Alex, that it doesn't stick out?
Yeah. Well, it's
Maybe.
simple. Yeah, I mean, I'm more used. Usually, what happens is it's hard to miter the trim, and it
Right.
usually never works.
Right.
You're talking about
Traditionally,
these?
Yeah,
those,
gotcha.
for instance, yeah, like traditionally the head trim is a little bit thicker, and and then
Yeah,
sometimes you have let me finish. Sometimes you have the sill that cuts across, and which is more traditional. Other way to resolve it is, maybe not so elegant, is to have the two jam trims go past, go down, and then have the bottom trim. Basically, you're doing the opposite on that detail. I was just, it doesn't seem very practical. And anyway, that's the comment. Like the.
Got it.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I've got that's inconsistent, should be the same. So I think with the easiest way, and probably what has the most character is where the top and bottom run by a little bit, and then they're just a little bit thicker, just like you said.
I think it would be better if the top is a little bit thicker, just like you have the head.
Yeah.
The trim, if you want to avoid the sill, which maybe more work, at least you can have the jam trim continue down and have the one at the bottom in between the jam. So
Sure.
it goes vertical. It seems like an easier, more natural way, more successful. It's a minor detail. You're the designer, and I don't really want to impose my
Sure. No.
I think it's a practical thing that
Yeah.
carpenters on the field usually prefer.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, and that way, if it does happen to leak, that crack is going vertical as opposed to a diagonal.
Exactly. So once you send it's just one detail of one window together with your light fixture, and then we'll take
Okay.
care of it. Okay.
Will do.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
Yeah, did you mention the mitering on the outside trim,
We're talking about
You did,
avoid.
Alex? I mean, I think using a miter joint on outside trim is problematic. I think you should give that some thought.
Yeah, that's what we just talked right now. I think it's going to have the header trim, the header piece being a little bit thicker and running across, and no miter. I think that's what we just discussed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, other than that, we like the project.
Yeah, I think it's come a long way since the beginning, so nice.
Good.
nice
Thank
work.
you.
So
Well,
we're
appreciate
gonna-
you guys' patience on it. I know we've been back and forth, but it has, I think you're right, has improved, and we're going to be in good shape now.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna table this item until we get the light fixture sent to us. And in the meantime, I want to go back to the consent agenda because I received the door. So Robert, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen.
Chris, could I interrupt you just 1 second? Will I need to be back involved in this, or do I just send it to you and then that's all that needs to happen?
Yeah, I don't think you need to be here.
Okay, great. I'll email both of these items to you.
Okay.
And then head out then.
Okay,
And I'll be available by phone if someone needs me.
what's the second item?
Trim and the lights.
Are you gonna change the trim? Okay.
Yeah. I'll shoot you a little a detail that says this is what will be the consistent trim all the way around.
So now, thank you, Gordon. Now we're back.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yep. We are back to consent item number 1, and we needed to take a look at this door. And so Alex and Robert, you can comment and we can finalize consent.
That's fine. Yeah,
Looks good to me.
good enough. Okay, so I will make the motion to approve the consent calendar item C1, and maybe Robert can second.
I'll
it.
second it.
Okay.
To include the, where's the, I don't see any manufacturer name on here.
Well, if the type of door, they did including the door, this would be the.
Looks like Jeld-Wen.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, all right, so we have first and second. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Consent approval.
Can I just clarify who's in attendance or who's not in attendance today?
Kaylee and Val.
And
And is Josh on?
Josh is here, or he was a second ago. There you go. Yeah, he's in.
I think he's attempting to connect. He might be having some issues because
Yeah. He sent me a text. He's got something about a new computer and trying to get it to work with the Zoom. So I'll go ahead and stop the share, and Robert, you can take over again. We'll move on to item number 2.
Hey, for number 2, I recused myself at the first meeting because I had done work for the owner. So I got to have Josh come in for this one.
Okay, I will bring up the plans, and then we need to make sure we have a quorum. So we need to make sure we have Josh, right? Josh, if you're there, can you, check in, let us know. Otherwise, we're gonna have to wait.
he was there for a second. His image flashed in and out.
Yeah. I mean, she's showing up. Josh, can you hear us?
Mr. Chair, maybe we can go on to number 3, just to give him a little bit of time to figure out his audio.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I don't know how long it's going to take. So Robert, come on back. And we'll move on to item number 3. Apologies to item number 2 for the brief delay, but we're going to move on to item 3 until we have a quorum for number 2. So item 3 is the Verano Del Mar change of use, request of Phaedra Gage, agent for Verano Del Mar LLC, for conceptual and preliminary and final of a conversion of the entire upper level of the existing 2-story commercial building to 3 residential units of approximately 2,816 square feet. There's currently a 7,409 square foot commercial building, 83 square foot elevator structure, 970 square foot deck and stairs, and a small water tower. No grading. This is at 108 Pierpont Avenue in Summerlin area. And this is the big yellow house, if put it in general terms. So do we have the applicant here? If so, please state your names for the record.
Hi, I'm here. It's Phaedra Gage and Dawn Cherry.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning. So, go ahead and tell us what you're doing.
Sure. So this project is a change of use of the upper level of an existing commercial structure. It's going to be converted into 3 residential dwelling units. And so most of the project is actually an interior remodel. And it's a very minor exterior change. On the site plan there, you can zoom in and see the northeast corner of the building is pretty much where the exterior change is happening at one of the dwelling units that will be Unit C.
They haven't zoomed in yet. Let's get them to zoom in a little.
Okay, so yeah, it's on Hardinge Ave on the northeast corner of the building. You can see a note there that says new stairs landing. So that's all it really is just
okay.
Yeah, right where your mouse is there. There's going to be like 4 treads and a little landing added there just to get into the unit. So that's pretty much the major change that's happening. It's not major, it's actually pretty minor. And then the paint color of the building is also being changed. So if we could go to the photo pages, I'll just run you through those if you have those available.
Okay, give me a moment here. Is that showing up?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm sure you guys all know this property in Summerlin, but we can just skim through the photos and I'll just show you. So that second photo there is where Unit C is, and that's where the landing, it's actually already in as-built condition. So you can kind of see it there. There's the steps going up.
Is that behind the tree?
No, it's to the
It's right there.
the east of that gable right there. You can see the stairs going up.
No, not those ones. The ones on the right. Yeah, those
Yeah.
ones. That's pretty much it. And then there's actually a door that was previously infilled on the last permit, and that's going to be a window, and then there will be a new door into Unit C, right where those stairs are.
There's a photo of that.
Yeah. So in the PDF that you're currently in, if you go to page 8. There you go. So you can see the new door and the window that is going to be where the old door used to be. And then that newer looking wood fence there, that's where the new landing is.
Okay.
And the color of the building.
Yeah, so you can see the color as you scroll through these photos. It's light creamy yellow. It used to be a different shade of yellow, and now it's a lighter creamy yellow shade.
It's the same color as the Miramar.
Yeah, it's actually the same paint formula as in Miramar, if you guys are familiar with that building.
Yeah, I think that was the big issue with why this is coming to the board, just because it's sort of the landmark structure, and there was a major change in the color of the large building. So I don't think the stairs are.
Chris, the project's already been through HLAC and gotten approval for the color. And there, somewhere in our submittal is the old really bright yellow color. I think we submitted that to you.
Yeah, there should be a PDF in there with a photo of that, like a long time ago, and I think it was like 1900 or something. There's a photo of what the color used to be, and then also what that landing used to look like. It's not that PDF. There should be one more that says page 5 of historic letter.
I don't know.
We got a historical study.
Here we go. Yeah.
We also had a historical study. We needed Alexandra Cole to approve the color change. And like I said, this already went through HLAC with the county. But it had to come, we didn't really understand why you guys had to see it because it had already been approved by them, but I guess it's a formality and everybody wants your opinion as well and blessing. And then
well, that's understandable, you know, I mean.
And the stair issue is really, you can't see it from anywhere. So, but I think that just because it's an exterior change, even as minor as it is, that it had to come through you guys.
Yeah, I think actually it's my fault because they brought this to me and said, you know, does the board need to see the change in color? But I was not informed that it went through HLC at the time. So I said yes. So anyway, anything else you want to share with us?
Nope.
Okay, are there any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. What remains of the site? I mean, there is the upstairs is changed to residential. What happens downstairs?
Right now, it's a vacant lease space. It's they're looking for a tenant, but right now, and it's remaining commercial. It's one big lease space.
So, which leads to really the big question: what happens to the sign?
It stays.
This sign has been an eyesore for generations, and it's so visible. Is there any way to get rid of that sign? I mean, is the Landmarks Commission supportive of the sign?
It's not up for discussion really. They're waiting for an anchor tenant, and they cleaned it up from the state that it was in. There were letters missing, I think. And even though now you can still see the outline of some of the letters, it looks better than it did. But the sign itself is kind of a landmark. And they are not ready to let go of the sign because they're waiting to get an anchor tenant. But the owner of the property, Alex, is very conscientious of this building, and he's put hundreds of thousands of dollars into this building. And we have no intention the owner has no intention of leasing this building to somebody and not making the sign look better or removing it. But right now we just, because we don't have a tenant, the sign is still there. It's kind of in flux, so to speak.
Okay, no, got it. And you know, I don't want to create any trouble for you or anybody else, but a question to the planner. I mean, I'm concerned about that sign. I mean, not for this, it would be a new application. I just want to make sure that it's not an automatic change of face, you know, because the property has changed. It's not the whole, you know, the leasable areas have. There might be some ground to remove the sign, and I want that to be somehow in the case or in the comment to the planner or somewhere in the file. I don't want to see somebody come back and say, "Oh no, let's just change, put a new face on this sign," because you know it's been really an eyesore for for as long as I remember, especially on foggy nights coming, driving from LA. You see this thing; it's just awful. So anyway, I just want that on the record, if possible, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Mr. Pagel, are you actually speaking as a board member or as a member of the public? Because it doesn't seem like it's part of our purview or pertinent to what we're doing here on this board.
As a board member.
Okay, well, then to balance that, I don't have any problem with the sign. I think it's fun.
I think
Nice.
the sign is kind of charming for the
Yeah.
area.
All right, well, hey, also, we're not reviewing the sign today, so I think we
Yeah,
can.
but if he's going to speak as a board member and put it on the record, then I'm going to balance the conversation out. I don't
Okay.
think there's anything wrong with the sign. I think it's fine. I think it's a board member struggling with their own bias here and not being objective. So I'm going to balance that.
All right, sounds good. Any
I'd
other,
like to ask a question.
go ahead, John.
You know, that, on the list here, it states that there's 3 residential units upstairs, which are grossly inadequate. If we approve this, does that make these residential units legitimate?
I don't understand what you mean by
Well,
gross inadequate.
there's 3 units that have been hodgepodge put in, I'm sure without a permit. And,
No, actually, we've gone through months and months of planning to permit the 3 units. We only had to change, I think, one wall. The upper level was already, we had to add a wall between units A and B, and we closed off a corridor to unit C and added the door. That's what you're reviewing. But all the restrooms were existing to remain, basically, and there were very little alterations required on the inside of the floor plan, but no exterior changes other than what you're reviewing today.
so the residential units are permitted then, is that right?
That's why we're here today.
Yeah, they are going through the permit process as we speak. So the BAR is one component of that, along with a coastal development permit.
Okay.
All right, good. Any other questions?
Was this a hotel before? Is that what it was?
It was the Big Yellow House, the restaurant.
Oh, it was a restaurant. Okay. I was just curious.
Is it haunted?
Yeah.
What I had heard. All right, so is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, back to the board then for comments. Mr. Pujol.
Yeah, the change of color is appropriate.
On the stairs.
Yeah, the stairs are appropriate. The project is perfectly approvable.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
No, I think it's fine, no problem.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I agree. I think the color is nice. It's a good project.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer. Josh, you're muted.
I agree with all those comments as well. Thank you.
Okay, I concur as well. It's kind of weird not having any ladies here. I don't know why. So does someone want to make a motion? This is here for,
I make a motion for preliminary and final approval as submitted.
I'll second.
That was a tie. That one goes to John.
Great.
Second by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So we have Josh here, so I think we can go back to item number 2. And this is the Peony Residence Addition and Remodel. Request of Brian Murphy, architect for the owner, Dario Peony, for preliminary approval of an enclosure of an as-built breezeway of approximately 400 square feet. And it looks like that's it, really. And there's no grading. This is located at 2700 Foothill Road in Mission Canyon area. Last heard June 4th of this year. And so do we have the applicant here? Please state your names for the record.
Brian Murphy, architect.
Hey, Brian. We have a planner memo and then several comments, which I'll probably just read through maybe. Okay. So the planner memo is number 1. This project is subject to the requirements of the 3E1 zone, coastal zoning ordinance, and the policies of comprehensive plan. Project may proceed for prelim final. Wait a minute.
Coastal zone? I don't think that's
not it. My bad. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So the planner memo just stated the LUP was approved October 11th of this year. And the comments from us from last time are as follows. A, clarify whether closure of existing porch or breezeway was previously permitted, which it appears it was not. B, addition of bay window appears appropriate. C, return with photos of the site showing the breezeway and all the proposed development. D, update site plans to show the oak and retaining wall adjacent to the driveway. Clarify whether new fence to replace removed fence is proposed. Board requests that planner provide feedback from Public Works regarding whether cars backing up on a foothill is acceptable. F, issues of neglect of property and landscape should be included as part of this proposal. Return with property improvement plan to respond to concerns and return with landscape plan. So, Brian, if you want to tell us where you want to start, you can go ahead and.
Sure. I think we have the wrong project up on your screen, first off.
Yeah, well, we're on item number 2, Robert. Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah, Robert had to step down for this item. I forgot. So yes, we'll bring it up.
So anyway, the project that we were for you previously we've revised slightly to remove the requirement for the 3rd Mission Canyon required parking space. We had previously been relocating the kitchen to what had been the dining room. If you look at sheet 2, we had previously been relocating the kitchen to what was the dining and converting what was the kitchen into a additional bedroom. So we're no longer adding the 3rd bedroom, so we're removing the request for the 3rd parking space. And now we are here because planning staff has required that we have approval for the infill of the breezeway. So the breezeway was originally permitted and shown as such, but I believe it showed gates and fences. However, so our new request is to infill that breezeway with walls, and it may well have been built that way if at the least it's been in the condition that it is now, with the breezeway infilled with doors and windows and walls, full height walls, for many decades. But we're here to ask for approval of that. So while it functions as a breezeway, and that is its use, it actually now appears as a perfectly compatible, seamless extension of the house, of the main house. And the scale actually probably, to my opinion, improves the look of the house. The wood windows match, the wood doors match, the board and batten siding matches. And while your expectation of a breezeway may differ slightly from what exists here on the site, and has seemingly existed for decades, it actually, in my opinion, is a better solution for this house. Otherwise, the house might look a little disjointed with a floating garage off to one side, and it keeps the public from having to see the bicycles, surfboards, and boxes and things that tend to accumulate on a breezeway from the public right of way. So we, in terms of our last meeting, we have located the oak tree that was left off the site plan previously, and is in the right of way just at the
southwest corner.
Southwest corner. Thank you. And provided a landscape plan. And the landscape obviously is dominated by some large, as it should be in Mission Canyon, by some large oak trees, existing large oak trees. And the designer has added some planting to soften the house, to define the paths, and an understated, pleasant, compatible understory planting in that oak environment. And the fence, the existing board fence, is moved out of the right of way, adjusted back to behind our property line, and omitted at the several areas of the site so that it is not to the west of the driveway. There is no fence there. Is only basically a long foothill at the front of the building to screen from headlights and the street directly. And where the right of way extends out there much further, and the property goes towards Cheltenham Road, the fence is omitted there as well, and is just a split rail fence to match the existing split rail fence rather than the existing board fence that runs across the front. So we're asking for your approval on the infill here, and rehabilitating the house, repainting, restoring, doing some interior remodel, redoing the landscaping, so that we can get this house back in service, and get it away from its mandated vacancy and disrepair, because we can't do anything until we get a permit for it. So we would like to move forward and ask for your approval here today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Did you have photos?
I sent some photos to Travis. Did he not?
Yeah, they're not in the folder. Leah, can you get in touch with Travis or some?
Travis is out today, but so they're not in the folder. What's the case number again? Let me check. See if I can track them down.
160001.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me take a look.
Okay. So in the meantime, we'll just move forward. Does anyone have any questions? We'll just go. Mr. Verdiak, do you have questions?
No.
Mr. Pujol?
Yeah, I was going to ask about photos, because usually when we see us build stuff, we really need the photos more than we need the drawings. Maybe the drawings document what's existing, but really the photos are super important. So to answer comment number one, the breezeway was not permitted, right?
The breezeway was permitted. It was just not enclosed with walls, doors, and windows.
Right, the
It had a-
closure. The
That a
closure.
fence and gate, yes.
Right, the closure was not permitted. Okay, all right, very good.
Or we find no record of permitting.
Okay.
There's also comment number E is about feedback from Public Work regarding whether cars backing up into Foothill is acceptable.
I think that was when there was a third parking space proposed, which has been eliminated.
Correct.
Still a legitimate question.
But there's still another parking space in there, isn't it? To the left of the garage, right?
Yeah, is this?
It somewhat functions as a hammerhead. It's not a great configuration for a hammerhead, but it's the existing paving and does work to a certain extent. I've actually turned around in there many times myself. It's difficult to get on to Foothill Road because it can be quite busy at times.
Yeah, that was the question. Yeah, okay.
Can I just ask a quick question as I'm trying to find the photos? When were those submitted?
Months ago. Probably September.
So you said maybe the requirement for a third parking space was omitted because of the third bedroom's gone, right? But the parking space is still there. Yeah.
That's just the existing paving. We're no longer asking that it be considered a parking space.
Got it. Okay. Other questions, Alex?
It actually functions as the hammerhead, as I was saying.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
No questions.
All right. Let's see. I had a couple. You don't have an irrigation plan, correct?
Correct. Just the preliminary landscape.
Okay. And then can you clarify a couple of things? I'm curious about the fencing. So on this page, or maybe it was the landscape, where does the split rail end and the other fence begin? Is that kind of right in here? Because from here it says provide new 30-inch split rail, and over here it says provide new 48-inch wood fence.
Exactly.
So that's about the location. Okay.
Yes.
And then, so this is the existing fence location. Is that right?
Correct. And to the west of the driveway as well, which is all in the right of way.
Okay. All right. I got it. So it's a little bit in, okay. All right. Okay, I guess that's it for questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand, which I can't see because
I am not seeing any photos in the case file, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
I apologize also. I sent them on. Maybe we could look at Google Maps quickly if I can't share my screen with you.
Yeah, I mean, you could do Street View and get a pretty good sense of.
Okay, hold on. Right.
Well, we can table this item until the pictures are submitted, and then we see it later on in the hearing. In an hour or so, the applicant can submit the pictures, and then we can revisit that.
Yeah, we could do it that way. I am just about to get up with the Google Street View. If you want to start with that and see if it's sufficient. I drive by this every day, so I know exactly what it looks like, but here we go. Sharing. Up. Okay. So, whoops. So this is the area we're talking about, Alex.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that looks very good.
And this is that oak that was not shown before. There's the parking. It's the existing fence.
Right, so that fence all beyond the oak that pokes through the fence there will all be gone. And that split rail fence that we see coming down Cheltenham in the distance beyond will connect up to the wood fence.
Around like that instead.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, satisfied? Alex?
Yep.
Or anyone else with the? See in there. There we go. Okay. Any other questions? Did I already do questions? Yeah. No, I already called for public and saw no one, so we're back to comments. Mr. Verdiak, any comments, please?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Well, I think the fence, the color of the fence, if it's going to remain solid, it's a little bit odd being white. White for the the other fence, the open rail is one thing, but for the solid fence, it seems like a more mellow color, or even red, maybe like the house, or a more of a brown color seems like would be more appropriate for a wood fence.
It's actually kind of a tan color.
It is a tan, but you can't really see it in this photo.
It's not a great tan by any means, but we could provide some guidance.
If the chair dries every day and doesn't see anything wrong with it.
Well, I don't like it. I didn't say I liked it. I just said
we would be happy to make it the red of the house.
It jumps out at you. It seems like I'm glad that the corner element is removed, because it makes it so much more shorter and softer.
Yeah.
But I should say about the where the color look, it should be like that. Anyway, that's my only comment.
Okay, so do you like the red? The red seems like it would be pretty strong out there at the street.
Yeah, more like a wood color, like a cedar. Like a
that'd be probably more appropriate. Okay. Well, we'll get to that a little bit more because I have some comments on that as well. So, Mr. Verdiak, comments? Oh, you already said no.
No.
Right. Okay. Mr. Bloomer.
No, I don't have anything to add to the discussion at this point.
Okay. All right. So I concur with Alex. I think that moving the fence back will be an improvement, and the new layout of the fence will be an improvement. And I think a wood color is appropriate, but also I think we need some planting in front of that. And I wanted to ask staff, because I'm going to go back to the plans and so Alex Tuttle, what is, the code or the restrictions behind planting in the right of way or outside between the property line and the road? Because and especially in this project, it's a very visible location, and there's a lot of space out here. So would the applicant be required to replant this? I mean, they're removing existing sandstone stairs and walls, and so what goes back in its place? Are we able to request planting in those zones?
Sure. There's like a site distance visibility requirement, so you would want to select plantings that are kind of low growing,
right?
So as to maintain site
okay. And with this fence moving, all right, so with this fence moving back a few feet, that provides some foreground for planting also in front of the new fence. So I think that should be a requirement. That's one of the problems with this site, is that fence is just right up on the roadway and there's no opportunity to soften it, and it needs softening. So that would be my comment, would be provide planting outside to help soften the fence and at the corner where things are being removed. So at least some probably native plantings out on the outside of the fence, because it needs to be oak compatible as well. And then going to the landscape plan, this just, I think, needs more development, or it's a little confusing. I think if I would break it up into maybe the hardscape components and then planting, and also you're gonna need an irrigation plan. And also you're going to need, plant sizing and quantities, and, common and botanical name, and define what this OCEW is, the understory plantings,
If you look at the planting list, I think those are defined.
Right, but none of these are really oak compatible except for maybe the Canyon Prince. So yeah, I mean, you called out most of them. I mean, a lot of them have symbols and they're called out, but then if I zoom into this, it just says 24-inch OCEW as oak tree understory planting, and just a hatched area, but I don't know what that plant is supposed to be.
It's number E,
E.
which would be
Okay,
the River House Blues.
got it. So it's just a fescue. Got it. Okay, thank
A
you.
recommended understory planting for oak trees.
That's good. Okay. So we do need, sizes and quantities. I'm sorry, you do have sizes, but a 2-gallon doesn't exist. So it's either going to be a 1 or a 5 or a 15. And also you're going to want to upsize some of these. A 1-gallon agave is not going to do much for you. So that should be at least a 5. The fescue can be a 1-gallon. The euonymus should be at least a 5. Canyon Prince could be 1. Abelia should be 5. Halictotrichum should be 1 is okay. And then mixed succulents, doesn't really define much, but anyway, the comment would be upsize some of the planting and provide planting outside the fence to soften and provide an irrigation plan. And I think that's all I have. All right, any other comments from the board? Okay, we don't have the photos yet, right? Alex's. Are you?
I think
Alex?
we decided, didn't we decide the street view was sufficient?
I think so. Yeah.
I didn't find any photos.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion?
Should we come back with the planting or the irrigation and such on consent and move forward?
We'll see what whoever the maker of the motion wants to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone? I don't know.
Well, okay, in the interest of progress, I'll make a motion, let's see, that the project be approved with the conditions that were stated, which were what, landscape plan?
Basically landscape stuff, yeah.
And what were the other?
Fence color, right?
Natural cedar wood fence.
Yeah, do you want to read back the comments, Alex, or do you feel like you have them?
I have supports new fence alignment. Our board supports new fence alignment. Color of solid fence should be darker. Add planting in front of fence to soften appearance and at the corner. Landscape plan needs to be fully developed. Some of the plant species need to be upsized from 1 to 5 gallons. Provide quantities and irrigation plan.
Okay, I think there was one for the fence. I think you just said needs to be darker, but I think we should also add wood color or stain. Okay, does that work for you, John?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, do we have a second? This is for preliminary approval, by the way. And what, John, do return on consent or full board?
Well, I think consent. I mean, it's not a big project.
Okay, does someone want a second? Somebody has
Come on,
to.
guys, wake up.
Yeah. Okay, any seconders? Just you or Josh, Alex?
Yeah, I'll take it. I was just waiting.
Okay, second by Josh. All those in favor?
All right.
Bye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Why is it so painful today? Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, bring Robert back in to get some energy in the room. For item number 4, the Piersma Garage, request of Amy Von Protz, agent for Brett and Janelle Piersma, for a conceptual review of a 461 square foot garage addition to the existing residence and 67 square foot addition to the accessory structure. Property is 0.21 acres located at 4054 Foothill Road in Santa Barbara or Carpinteria. So do we have the applicant? Please state your name for the record.
Sure. This is Amy Von Protz. Let me get on my screen here.
Oh.
There you go. For some reason, I'm not seeing the drawings. Is there a reason for that?
They're up. We can see them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. For some reason, I'm seeing you instead.
Oh, sorry about that.
I was seeing you. I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Robert, you brought those up.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm there. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe a delay. Okay, so just
Am I ready? Should I go ahead?
walk us through when you're ready. Yep, tell Robert which page you want to go
Okay.
to.
So I'm on sheet 8.1.0. This is the address. This is 4054 Foothill Road. Currently, there's a single-story residence on the property. Again, this is right at Foothill Road, and there's on Foothill Road. If you can bring up the site photos, there is pretty big site wall blocking the property from the road. Currently, there is no garage on the property, and there is a carport and a laundry room. And what we would like to do is remove the carport, add a 2-car garage, and turn the laundry room into a accessory structure. So that's kind of where we are. At the top, you see the existing residence on the property. Again, just a single-story residence. The third photo over on the top shows the carport where that's going to be removed, and where we're going to add the garage is we're going to extend the wall that you see with the window in it out. If you look at the second row of photos, that's the view from Foothill Road of the property. You can see that again, there's quite a long site wall there. And if you go down to the bottom row of photos, there is shows you the accessory structure, which is again just a small little laundry room, which we'd like to extend. If you want to go to the next page, 1.1, back to the drawings.
Is it showing up?
No, I don't see the plans.
So I see it. I think Amy, you're kind of breaking up a little bit, and so your internet might be a little compromised. So it might just take a minute.
I'm sorry about that. This is the existing floor plan. So we'll be adding the garage onto the end of the building, and we'll be doing a minor interior remodel. And if you look at the top part, you'll see what's going on with that little accessory structure. And then you can go to the next page. A2.0.
0.0 month.
Right here shows the extension of the garage hatched area and the extension onto the accessory structure, also hatched area. Our finishes, we have board and batten, and we continue that on. And we'd like to change the roof to a standing seam metal roof. This shows you the floor plan, the proposed plans, and the proposed roof plan. And then the next sheet, the next page, a 3.0 shows the proposed and existing exterior elevations for the residents. Again, I have and indicated a dash line showing the existing site wall from the street. Here is the garage on the end again. This is showing where the accessory structure is in light gray. Again, board and batten carriage doors for the garage. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. The garage would have a slightly higher roof than the existing residence. And then the last page is a 3.1, and that's showing what we have existing as the accessory structure and what we would like to change it to. And I think that's pretty much the end. So if you want to go to 3.1, showing the accessory structure.
Yeah, I'm on it right now, I think. It's probably just loaded.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, is that it, Amy?
Yes, correct. That's just a shed. Right now, the accessory structure just has a shed roof on it. We'd like to give it a gable and again, the finishes and the roof would match the existing residence. That's our project.
Okay. Very good. Any questions from the board?
I have a question. Mrs. Von Prost, where is the section? I mean, the 8.2.1 seems to be missing on the set. What's the section through the garage? What does it look like?
Sorry, again?
Yeah, there is a section missing. What does the section look like? The page 8.2.1 is not in the set.
Right. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't understand it. As far as you went I haven't got that far. I didn't get that far yet because we haven't got to construction. We haven't got to our construction drawing.
How tall are the garage door walls?
Yeah, if you came back up on that sheet.
You want to go to the plan or the elevations?
So the plate height for the garage would be 9'6". The top of the garage would be 13'6". The existing house is 11 feet, and the garage doors would be and the garage doors are we're looking at probably about 8 feet garage doors.
Okay, thank you.
That's on the exterior elevations, Alex.
Okay. Other questions? I have a question. Can you go back to the photos, Robert, please? I'm just looking at. I just looked this up on Google Street View, and those middle photos just look way different than what I'm seeing online. So is that hedge? Is that photoshopped in there? It doesn't look real. Are those newly planted hedges? And you know can you answer that question at least, Amy?
They're not photoshopped in.
Right.
No. We've been waiting to get on the agenda for quite some time, so it's possible that they've grown since we originally started this process, but they are not photoshopped in. No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just want to. That's from March. Looks like there were some very significant trees removed from this property recently. So are you proposing any landscaping in this project?
No, we're not.
Just the garage then, basically.
No, we're not.
Okay. I'm just going to share my screen real quick and show the Google view of this location, if you guys don't mind. And then Robert, you can just take it right back. But this is what it shows up It just looks, maybe it's just a different time of the year, but it looks very much different. I mean, these are just ash trees, so they're kind of weed trees, but I'm curious can't tell what that is. But anyway, and then if we can go back to the images of the house, Robert, you can take over again. I just wanted to show you this.
Give me a moment here. So it looks like the trees have been removed is what you're getting at.
Yeah, so it just looks significantly different and stark and not attractive. So anyway, we'll get to that in comments, but we're still in questions. So is there anyone else have questions for the applicant? Okay, move on to public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I have Brett Piersma. His hand is up. So Brett, whenever you're ready, you will have 2 minutes. Let me just get set up real quick first. Okay, Brett, can you hear me? You may be muted. Yep.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, but you can't see me, right? My camera is not on. Is that right?
No, I don't think so. No, it's not.
Okay. I'm not sure if I should turn that on or not. That's fine.
It's up to you.
I'm the homeowner, and I was available to speak on any of the issues or questions that were presented. Specifically the trees, I can certainly answer any questions with respect to those. They were removed by the power company.
Okay.
And you can see from the pictures on Google that they sort of interfered with the top line.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to share? What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I went mute. Yeah, I can answer any other questions, but I have nothing else to share.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak? I don't see any hands. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
Chair, it seems like a perfectly fine addition. I was a little surprised that the garage, which is usually the accessory part of the house, has the bigger roof and the bigger presence and the big door and all that, and the house is kind of subservient to that. So it's not an ideal composition, but I guess it's good enough. It's it's small. It's it's a minor addition, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Member Vergiak, comments?
Yeah, I think that the garage should be turned the other way so that in the south elevation, it would appear as an eave, and or a gable end. And so by doing that, you could also lower the plate height a little bit. So the building looks terribly side loaded. I think also, you could move the garage, a couple of feet in either direction if it's possible, and that would break the long line of the house itself and give some relief to that elevation. And also it seems as if the fascia board on the new part is smaller than the older. I mean, I could be wrong about that. Well, yeah, it looks like the same. Yeah, it looks smaller. It should be the same. Anyway, I think presenting gable end at the end and lowering the height would make a big difference. That'd be my comment.
Okay, thank you. So we got, Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
I guess I agree with those comments. There's not much to look at here, so I think it's. You go back to the site plan. was looking at something there. I just wanted to. I was just trying to. I guess I'm a little confused how this thing kind of connects to the roadway, but I don't know if nobody else has any concern about that.
I'm kind of curious myself. I can't tell where the existing driveway is and where the new, existing versus new. So it's hard to judge.
It's like it just, and that
looks like it wraps around the back of this house here.
Because there's a carport.
Maybe I don't have. I might not have the right context, but it feels like it's kind of blurred together there, and that might be exactly how it works. It might not be a problem. I'm not looking for trouble.
Is this the edge of the existing driveway?
Looks like it.
You are correct. It does wrap around the back of the property and then it comes to the carport. And then, so I'm showing the proposed extent of the new driveway where it's hatched on the lower portion, but you are correct. The driveway comes in and wraps around and comes into the existing carport.
So does all that paving go away then?
Pictures also.
Does all that?
There's no paving there. If you go back to.
Can we go to those pictures then? So where's that depicted?
So,
try the top.
Okay, I see now.
So that is paving. That's asphalt, right?
Yeah.
So then, Amy, are you proposing to retain all of that asphalt paving?
No, we're not. We're not going to retain that. No.
Okay, well, I think that just to summarize my comment, I think the area where the existing driveway is and new driveway and how you're kind of, reconfiguring that and then re-landscaping that. I'd just like to see more detail on your site plan when you return, describing how you plan to do that. And I don't know if you need a landscape plan per se, but just some effort to kind of position the way cars get in and out and handle that. Generally, I think what you're doing is nice because by moving the carport garage, to that location, you're potentially opening up a nicer opportunity for a nice landscaping scheme. So seems like a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards. Sorry, I skipped you before.
That's cool. Yeah, I think the approach architecturally is fine and as well with the existing building. But I think there could be some resolution brought to the landscaping in the area where the driveway is being adjusted, and in the area along the street, it seems maybe there could be some additional planting with the hedge that might kind of work in tandem with the hedge. So those are my comments.
Okay. Yeah, I concur. I think that, you're removing, a couple thousand square feet of asphalt. So we want to kind of see what you're going to do with that space, and it's going to become landscape, but you don't want it to be just dirt. So I think you kind of need to have a landscape plan going here, and it doesn't have to be extravagant, but what are you planning to do with that space? And also the way the property reads along the street is not very attractive. So I think it'd be nice to get maybe, even if it's simplified planting in front of that hedge. And then also, since you're removing that wall to get to the garage, you're going to open that up to the view from the street. So Robert, maybe go back to the site plan real quick. I'll just.
Here.
Site plan.
Can you see it?
Oh, there we go. Thanks. So right now this, helps screen from views into the site, but that's going away. So whoever's driving east on Foothill is just going to be looking at your garage. And so this area is going to be critical in terms of landscape, I think, and you're going to want to dress it up and provide some, significant shrubbery in this zone at least to give yourself some privacy, really. So yeah, I think we need to see some kind of landscape plan here, and then all of this, that's a very large area back there. It's going to not be asphalt anymore. And so what's the plan for that? You could just give us some.
It's going to be removed.
Yeah, and the carport too. I mean, basically your whole backyard is changing. So, and that's going to be visible from the street as well. So what is, you might want to consider privatizing it in through here. Or you probably also, I don't know, want some guest parking, maybe if that's here or something. But I think you're going to want to privatize your backyard because the view is right into it. So anyway, I think that's sufficient. Any other comments from the board? This is here for conceptual. I think it seems that we're, pretty okay with the architectural aspect. So I would propose that we return for further conceptual and preliminary and final. I mean, does anyone object to if she has all our ducks in a row, we could get through in one more meeting?
That sounds like a good idea. That's a private, some kind of an easement. If you put a gate, I think it's a good idea. The gate is great, but you gotta, make sure that it's allowable,
right,
open and so forth, because it's, what is a creek access or?
I think you should come back for one more conceptual.
Well, I think we can give at least conceptual preliminary, but the question is,
I think so.
What is that easement for, Amy?
So right behind their property is a public land kind of thing. And you see where it comes up the hill. So you see that it's coming in the driveway, and this is like a city land back there. So that's where the easement. And if you look at our site plan too, you see we can't push out the garage any farther because we've checked the setbacks and everything, and just because of the way that their property backs up to this other property, we're confined on our side by the setbacks of that land back there.
So I mean, the shed is right in the easement. Is that allowed? And who goes back there? And so is this going to remain asphalt?
Actually, the easement is right. Do you want to speak? Do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak on that. Let me see here. I'll just turn my video on so it's not so awkward. The easement in the back is sort of a historic abandoned easement, but it's still on record. It's on title. It was there when the whole development was put in, or before the development was put in, when it was subdivided back in the, maybe 20s or 30s. Sorry, I guess. And so it's still there, but the reason the shed is there is because when we moved in, there was already a fence that stopped the easement. That easement actually goes through to the property directly to our east, and it continues on, and then it goes up the hill into like other people's backyard. So it's still on title, on title to the property, but it's not used by anybody. The open space that Amy mentioned behind our property is owned by the community, the residential community up above our property, and it's a green space that expands all the way up to the next road, and it goes behind all the properties. So it's not it's not public land, but it's part of the I think it's called the maybe La Colina Community Association or something like that. So people can walk down it, and then they usually walk out our driveway to Foothill. We see people periodically, but no cars can go up there because there's nowhere to go, because it's been since developed, the property to the east was developed and all that. So that's kind of why the shed's there.
Let me ask a question. When you say people can walk back there, is like what kind of people? Does it have to live in the properties or in the neighborhood, or is it open to the public? Is that the public easement in a way?
No, it's just for the owners. When you walk into it, there's a sign that says for use by the owners, or by permission, passed by the owners, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And it's not an association we're a part of. Our two properties, this property and the one directly to our east, are not part of that association.
Okay, so I think the comment is just maybe provide more clarity on site plan as to what the proposal is, if you're removing the asphalt and all that stuff. Okay, any other comments on the board? Alex Huddle, do you have sufficient wordage?
I think so.
Okay, so this was then to return for further conceptual / preliminary. And there you have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Item number 5 was continued. Do you guys want to take a little break?
Nah.
Nah. Okay. We have what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 more to go. So let's move on to item number 6. This is the Westheimer Additions request of Don Sherry Associates, architect for the Westheimer Family Trust, to consider for conceptual review of a minor demolition at first floor of existing dwelling at east and west wings, and construction of a 203 square foot 2-story addition at the west wing, 321 square foot 2nd-story addition with a balcony on existing detached garage, an addition of a deck at the west wing, a pool, 504 square foot trellis, and new outdoor kitchen at the south side. A little bit of grading, no trees removal, proposed for removal. This is a 0.8 acre parcel at 3875 Center Avenue in eastern Goleta Valley. So first time seeing this. Applicant, please state your name for the record.
Hi, everyone. It's Dawn Sherry and Phaedra again.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Chris,
I don't know why you guys didn't put us together on the agenda, but it's a good thing we didn't have to sit in that room and stare at you for an hour.
Yeah.
Yes, you're lost. Chris wants more energy out of us today, so we're gonna, right?
Kind of almost all seemed like we fell asleep at the same time there. So we're back. Dawn, bring us some energy.
Hi. So this is as Chris already mentioned, it's a addition in various places of this this property, and our client moved in. They've got a growing family. The house has an interesting floor plan, which I'll get into when I describe the various additions. And there's already a 2-story element on one side of the house that we were working with. It's a flag lot. You can't see the house from any neighbors, maybe the tip of a gable, and we'll show you the photos to show you kind of where this house sits on this lot. And we're adding a pool as well in the backyard. But first, I think it would be best to just first go through the photos so you get an idea and take a walk through the site. So Phaedra's going to walk you through the site first.
Okay, thanks for pulling those up. So yeah, if you just start scrolling through the photos, this is the view looking south from Center Avenue. So this is really like what you see when you look down the driveway. They have a private driveway there, and you can't really see the house from the street too much, just a little glimpse of it. And on the left there, that's the neighbor behind that white side wall. And then if you just keep scrolling through the photos.
They have a long motor court type, like with the island, a landscape island. You can see it right there in that second photo. That's all you can see from Center Avenue. Yeah, but keep going.
Yeah, so then if you go to the next page, then you're kind of looking back at Center Avenue from the driveway. And that's the view of the mountains there that they have. Keep going. Yeah, there you go. That's a little landscaped island Dawn just mentioned. And if you just keep going down there, so that's the detached garage as you're starting to approach the house. That will be, Dawn will describe this after, but we're proposing to do a 2nd story above that detached garage. And there's a view of it again, and you can just see going in through the site there, the next photo, number 8, that's the as-built 2nd story. And then, as you can see, lots of landscaping is already existing throughout the site and kind of shielding the house from the neighbors. And yeah, you can just keep going down to the next page. This is the existing house, existing roof line that will remain. This is looking at the house, looking south at the main residence. There's some existing impervious hardscaping, impervious and landscaping. A lot of this will be remaining. So now we're on the other side of the house. You can see there's some trees and site walls that are existing. This is the backyard here with the birds of paradise that that will be removed for the new pool. So now on this photo page here, this is from the outside of the property looking back at it.
From the south.
So you can't see it really at all, actually. Photo 17, you can see like a tiny little bit of it if you go back up to the last page there. One more. If you go back up to photo 17 and 18.
Yeah, it's on it. It's just it's like.
Oh,
Can you see it now?
Yep. So yeah, as you can see, there's a big hedge and lots of landscaping that is shielding the house. And this is from the outside of the fence looking in. And same with photo 18. And then the rest of the photos are back within the property line and looking at the back side of the house from the yard. This is just to give you a sense of what's currently there. And yes, photo 21, that second story portion is an as-built condition. And photo 22 is showing where we're proposing to do a new trellis and kind of an outdoor kitchen barbecue area and keeping that existing roof there. And then, yeah, the rest of the photos will just kind of give you a general idea of what is there and how the building kind of jogs and how the roof lines currently look.
You have a, can you go back to the street shots? Do you have a shot that was from the street? I thought you did.
Page. Just the first page.
Yeah, there you go. Whoop. So it's pretty well tucked back.
Yeah, and when we go to the site plan, you can see it. Yeah, right there.
Is that like it's just a narrow lot, or is it a flag lot, or?
It's a flag lot. So
okay.
now we could actually go to the site plan, which is page
cool.
2 of the PDF. So there's the motor court on the left-hand side, and that was that view looking down Center Avenue, and that's the only real place that you can see this house from anywhere. So if you kind of zoom in on the main portion of the lot, so that the house is a little bit bigger on the screen, you can see that, and Phaedra already pointed out that there's an existing upper level, that the person that owned the house before our clients bought it built the second story. They inherited it. They're wanting to permit it, but at the same time make the additions look like they were intended to always be there. So one of the questions that was asked to us by the planner, and what committee reviewed it? There was another design committee that reviewed that. There's a comment that came from the planner that there was a review and that it was suggested by who? The Eastern Goleta Valley
Residential Design Guidelines.
Residential Design Guidelines. Somebody reviewed this already, and actually I've never heard of this.
Just Don, just to clarify, this is Alex. It was just letting you know there was no review other than planner review, just that the Residential Design Guidelines speak about side loading. So we were just giving a heads up on that.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying that.
And that the BAR would be reviewing that.
Okay, so I want to comment on that. So we've chosen to add the second story next to where the existing second story is. And one of the first iterations we did is, if you're looking at this site plan right now, we looked at adding an addition onto the east side of the house and then keeping the addition that was already there on the west side of the house. And it looked odd to have two stories and then a center section 1 story. It just looked incongruous. It didn't look right. So if you, now we can go to the floor plan, which is page.
So the existing is 3 and the new is.
So page 3 is the existing floor plan. So you can see that it's an odd layout. You have to walk all the way through the backyard, which is kind of the front yard. If you go to page 3 of your, so if you zoom in on that, you can see that you have to walk all the way across the house to get to the front door. And by then you've crossed over all of the main living areas. So what the owners wanted is they wanted the front door closer to where you would enter from the courtyard. So see where it says, what does that say right there? See where it says existing patio near grid line 5 at grid line A1? There's a little area in that corner, grid line, at kind of grid line 5 between A and B.
To the left more.
To the left. Don't you love Zoom?
So right there, yeah.
Yeah, so that's where the front door wants to be. And also the owners wanted the front door to be celebrated and open the floor plan up a little. So what we've done is we've added an entryway right there where the cursor is, exactly where it says existing patio. We've kind of, that's, the new entry is right to the east of that. And then that eliminates the need to walk around pretty much the entire backyard through the house and across the kitchen and the dining room and the living room to get to the front door. So so if you go now to the next page, which was I think page 4 of the PDF, you can see where now if you zoom in on there, that area, you can see where we're adding a 2-story stair tower. It's not a tower, it's a 2-story element that then when you get upstairs looks down onto the entry. So we've carved out an area that used to be a kind of a bedroom bathroom area and made it into a more of a formal entry, vaulted ceiling. And the bedroom, there was a bedroom to the south of that area that is now gone, and we put it upstairs. So you basically walk in now, and then you can, what took the place of that bedroom is now a bathroom that's accessible as a common bathroom off of the entry, but also accessible from the backyard, from the pool area. And then there's a bigger pantry and an area now for a washer and dryer where you can actually do laundry inside the house. And then as you walk through the house now, you go through the entry and do through the den, and none of those areas changed. The kitchen, dining room, living room, den are all kind of the same. But then we made a few minor alterations to the east side of the house by making a nicer master suite and a nicer bedroom area by eliminating what used to be the old foyer there. You can see that in that east wing on the upper left portion, that was the old foyer area. So now they have a room for their daughter that's right off of their room on the lower level on the east wing. Then if you go to page 5 of the PDF submittal, that's the new, between grid lines B and C is our new entry element. And then that bedroom that was downstairs that now the pantry and bathroom is now upstairs. And the area, see where it says as-built office, that's the upper level that our clients inherited when they bought the house. It already has a balcony. You saw the photo of it. So that's already the upper level. So what we wanted to do was add then over the garage. And again, this is a 2-story kind of overlooking that courtyard area with an extended balcony that kind of wraps around. As you walk to the front door now, you'll look up and see the balcony that kind of turns an angle. And above the detached garage will be a rec room.
Next page.
Which is on the next page, which is page 6 of the PDF. Yeah, that's the room above the detached garage. So if you go to the next page, the next couple of pages are the, well, that's the roof plan. So go to page 8. And that is, these are starting to look at the elevations. So east elevation is looking, the shaded area is our new addition. And then down below that is the west elevation. That's looking at that new covered balcony, and the shaded area on the upper level is our
Above the new entry.
is above the new entry and the bedroom. Then the next page is the south elevation. So you can see on the left of the south elevation is that as-built room that's not shaded. And the area that's shaded is our new bedroom. And down below that is the windows for the laundry room and the bathroom. But you can see that the new second story is now tucked next to the existing 2-story, or the as-built, I should say, 2-story, so that everything's kind of behind the house. The front of the house is still looks, now you can see now on the north elevation, which is the bottom elevation on page 9, you can see that now it's taking on that, with the balcony now flowing across, and then to the right, you can see that it's taking on this more of a hacienda look, which is the style of the existing house, actually. And we've tried to maintain that with the shiplap siding, and you can see between grid line B1 and C1, you can see our new room, our new, those 3 little windows are fenestrations that cast light into that stair area. And I should say that right now we're showing a clay tile roof, but it's the client's desire to take a little bit different approach to the hacienda, and would like your feedback on it. But we've seen and done real successfully a standing seam metal roof, and it works really well with the shiplap. Right now we're not showing it because we don't know when we're going to be able to put that roof on there, but we wanted to get your opinion on that too. We think it would look fantastic, and we're also planning on adding solar panels to this house. They're a lot easier to install with the metal roof. And again, you can't see the house so much from anywhere, but we like the way it looks anyway. We're not trying to hide it. We are keeping the existing style. We're just kind of augmenting it and making it work for their family. And then the pool is going to be in the backyard. We don't have any drawings of that right now, but it's taking the place of that Strelitzia, that giant bird of paradise that you saw the photo of in the backyard. Yeah, you can zoom in on that area. And am I missing anything?
I think we skipped over page 10,
Oh,
which is the
page 10 is the
Rec
new rec room over the garage. That's set back from the garage. It's not stacked. It's not a 2-story wall over the garage. Yeah, I skipped that page. Sorry. Yeah, right there. The gray area is the setback new, and then the north elevation is that covered balcony as it extends out over that rec room. You can only see that area from the courtyard, from the not the motor courtyard, but from the interior courtyard, looking back at the house.
from the motor court, you would see the west elevation.
Yeah, from the motor court, you'd see the west elevation. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the board for questions. Mr. Richards, any questions?
Are you planning to bring I assume you're going to bring a plan for the pool to the next meeting. It's just kind of up there, the design of all that.
Yeah, we'll have a landscape plan by then too.
Okay. That was the only question. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak? Questions? No, there he is. John, did you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Okay, Member Peugeot, questions?
Yeah, I just have just to clarify. So you have an S-style on an existing most of it, and you propose the standing metal seam on the second story. Is that correct?
Yeah, right now we're showing the metal roof. Are we showing the metal roof right now over the new addition? And then not the whole house going over?
Yeah, right now we're just showing it on the upper level.
Yeah.
But in the future, the client's like end goal for the roof would be to have a standing seam or possibly solar shingles.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Bloomer, questions?
No.
No questions. Okay, can you go back to the site plan, please, Mr. Richards?
There you go.
And I guess the flag portion, it says existing driveway, but I don't see any lines there. I'm wondering, what's happening in there. Maybe it'll probably turn into a comment, but just to show the extent of the hardscape versus where's hardscape, where's landscape on the existing, or am I missing something?
Yeah, it's all pea gravel and decomposed granite, Chris. There's no demarcation line. It's really just, if you go back to the photo pages, page 3.
So is that from property line to property line then, kind of through there?
Yeah, it goes to the hedge, and then the center landscape island is surrounded by some sandstone rocks. But it's all, the reason there's no lines shown in the site plan is because it's just one big open area.
Okay, so I think then it would just be helpful maybe to show where the hedges are or planting. It's just hard to, at least on that side of the house. It's hard to tell what's what, but okay, that's the only question that I have. So is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. See no hands going up. So back to the board for comments. Mr. Richards, comments.
I give the project positive comments. I think the architectural approach makes sense. It seems to fit nicely with the existing home.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't think you guys really went into much about that new trellis and barbecue area in the back, but that looks like a pretty nice space for the family. So I think it's supportable, and I think that it would be nice to see the layout of the pool and the landscape plan at the next meeting. But it sounds like that's going to be brought. So I give the project positive comments.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I think that the building, I guess it would be the south elevation, is seriously side loaded. And, but I guess, you can't see it from anywhere. If it's, in elevation, if you showed the existing garage in the elevation too, it might, make it look better. It's sort of, your elevations kind of stop there, and I think it would be good to see the garage with the addition on top of it in relationship to the house. I mean, the building is side loaded, but it's also tucked away behind, in a flag lot, and it's not visible from the street. I think it'd be nice if something could be done about that, but is it really necessary? I don't know. That's my concern.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
I support the project. I think I'm not concerned about this side loading. I mean, for the applicant's knowledge, that issue of side loading has brought up by an applicant that had basically doing a second story on top of the garage, and this applicant just carried on for years and years and brought it up to the board of supervisors and made a huge deal, and to the point that I think the board and staff is traumatized with that concept of side loading to the point that we get all nervous about cheese. It's of course the composition that you're presenting is not the best in the world, but I find it acceptable. I'm really glad that you're proposing to do something with existing roof. The part that doesn't really work on the existing house is the roof itself. It has a steep pitch. It looks like a 5 on 12 on a portion that, for the tiled roof, it would be an Italian type of building, and decided and so forth. I think it would work so much better with a standing seam of roof throughout. It will match, and that would be preferable. If the budget doesn't allow it, well, then that's another story. But some standing seam roof would be definitely preferable. It will fit everything much better. That's my. I agree with the comment about showing the full elevation. It's really difficult to judge if you're cutting a piece of the building off because it's at an oblique angle. Show it at 3/16 or an 1/8 inch, whatever it is to fit on the page, just to humor us. and the concept of the plan, I'd like to see a landscape plan, or at least exactly how the landscape works. But I'm supportive of the project.
Okay, very good. Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
Yeah, I can also support the project, and I actually agree with what Alex is saying pretty much across the board. I had one area of thought on this though, just to John's question about what could be done about. We'll stay away from the side loading terminology, just say the kind of proportional issues. Can you go back to that previous slide of the longitudinal elevations that you had a minute ago? Yeah, there. So what I was kind of thinking, what I was kind of expecting or hoping for when you were teeing this up, is I thought maybe there'd be some kind of stepping down here. From this roof to this roof, and these are kind of, it's actually going the other way. So, and I'm just saying this in terms of maybe it deserves some study, but this kind of porch effect could potentially be deployed here and pull this out. And the reason why I'm suggesting it is that it would be interesting to see if you could break up this elevation somewhere in this area here. I'm trying to think of a way you could do that without expanding the footprint of the building and driving costs up. I was just thinking about the roof kicking out and creating a porch. I don't know what this room is. If this room could enjoy kind of a balcony or some kind of double door thing, that could be interesting. The other, could you give us a floor plan real quick? Yeah. So I don't know if there's a way to pull this out here in front and break up that elevation.
I think that's a good idea, Josh.
You might be driving up floor area if you do that. Anyway, those are like kind of just, again, so just suggestions. I don't know that I would be hard pressed to approve it the way it's going already, but I just think it deserves some study. That precedent of that kind of just that. There's nothing wrong with that building per se, just the two things next to each other. This needs to be something in the middle of them to kind of break that out. And maybe a trellis or something, or maybe just an architectural feature. But again, I guess to summarize the comment, Alex, planner Alex, just study, what is that? What elevation are we talking about?
South.
Yeah, just study opportunities to break up the two-story elevations on the south side of the building. That's all. But and you know, with the other comments, I agree with Alex, board member Alex.
Okay, thank you. I don't really have anything to add. I concur with previous comments. I think it's heading in the right direction, and I look forward to seeing a landscape plan delineating hardscape versus softscape and pool layout, etc. So
the other comment I want to make though is that one of the things I enjoy about this house is it's using a kind of a turn of the century paint color. Like I know those older paint products back then, there was some pretty limited palettes, right? But there's some pretty cool like, you know, period paint schemes that are are you guys going white with this? Like, is it going to be kind of farmhouse, or do you have no idea yet?
No, we do. I think we were, no, we don't know for sure, but we've played around with a couple of different color schemes, and one was a darker standing seam metal roof with a lighter shade on the lower level. But
yeah,
that was, we haven't nailed it down yet. No.
The house is, I mean, it definitely feels like it's 100 years old. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's some paint colors back in those days that were kind of emblematic of that seem to kind of be here already. I don't know if the yellow one's the right, but anyway, I won't add any comments to that. I was just curious. Let's leave that alone.
We're curious too. We'll keep studying it. We'll come back with a finished schedule and a color scheme next time.
All right, very good. So we're here for conceptual. I would say return for further conceptual / preliminary full board.
Yep.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Item number 7, Carter edition. Request of Lizette Alanis, agent for Drew and Christine Carter, for further conceptual and preliminary approval of a 692 square foot residential second story addition and 126 square foot attached deck located on the west elevation above the existing garage. It's 0.7 acre parcel located at 2747 Macadamia Lane in the Toro Canyon area. Last heard September 10th of this year. And do we have an applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Lisette. I'm here representing the project, and please coming back with addressing the comments from the previous meeting. I lost my voice, so I'm going to be a little bit talking lower here.
Okay, no problem. We can hear you. I'll just read through the comments from the last time and then turn it over to you, and you can have Robert go to the pages that you want to see. First comment from last time, project still appears side-loaded. Study roof modifications, e.g. hip roof or details to try and balance the massing. Integration of first and second stories needs further study. Study ways to simplify the shapes and all of the offsets. C, garage is more prominent because of second story above it. Balconies need further study. Consider extending garage roof to help balance the massing. D, needs site photos that provide more context of project in relation to adjacent development and roadways. And lastly, E, fenestration and window proportions need further study. So walk us through the changes, please.
So to address the comments, we did what we did is we extended the garage 3 feet to allow keeping the same size of the second story addition and try to integrate more the addition into the existing house. So now the offset from the addition to the end of the garage is 6 feet. We also changed the roof condition of the addition to a hip roof. We do think that it does blend more or integrate more with the existing house. The other change that we did there in that front elevation that you're looking at, that nook that has the flat roof, We extended it a little bit as well, 3 feet, to be able to connect the deck from the addition and use that that flat area from that nook into deck. So we added railing into that flat structure that we had before. And that way it allows the addition to not be just kind of like on one side. It almost gets to the half of the existing house. If you see we can look at the elevations on sheet A3.1. Well, that's so on that one, we did change also the balconies. The balconies were, you can see the one that we extended the flat area, the balcony on top of the flat area on this addition, looking at the side of the garage, and also the rear balcony looking at the next elevation, A3.2. Those were next sheet. So those they were just false balconies with a window. We integrated a door, and actually just this week we changed instead of that single door, it's going to be a double French door that it's about 4 feet. So because we thought it was really narrow on the look, so that's a little bit of an update on that. And this one also shows that we do have the hip roof at both ends of the second story addition. So those are the changes proposed right now that address the comments.
Okay, thank you. Site photos, are those in there?
Yes, site photos are in the last sheet of the PDF. The next one. Yeah, that one. So we included more photos and a little bit more of kind of like to show that on the back of the structure, it's actually pretty covered with landscape. I mean, where you see the garage, that entrance in the garage, that's actually the only portion that is that's open to the street, and it's not facing a structure directly because it's facing more landscape on that side of the street. So it is pretty surrounded by landscape on all sides of the structure.
Okay. And what the last comment about fenestrations and window proportions need further study?
Fenestrations, we did change the windows, and I think the issue was more because we were proposing like a awning type window, and they did look a little bit too large on the side that's facing the garage. We did change those to more to match the size of the existing windows from the rest of the bedrooms.
Can you put that on the elevation and walk us through that?
Sure. If you guys want to look at, those were the windows that were shown on sheet A3.1, the next sheet. So those windows that are right above the garage, those did look a little bit too massive in size. And we weren't matching exactly the same style of the other windows that you would find if you see the elevation on A3.0. We actually just use the same size that from those bedrooms that are facing the street, Macadamia Lane, that to put on this addition. And also they weren't shown with the mullions and with the horizontal wood separations. We weren't showing those on this one. So that also helps make the window look like it goes more with the style of the house.
Good, thank you. Okay, back to the board for questions. Anyone?
Yeah. Can you just see the elevations again? Slow it down a little bit. Elevations only. There you go. Can you go to the next one?
Previous.
No, the elevations. And the next one.
That's it. Oh.
There. So let's hold that there.
I have a question. It looks like the height of the railings is different. Is that like on the flat roof? What's the height of that railing?
Yes, so the height, because we're using a little bit of the parapet here of that wall, the railing seems to be shorter on the wrought iron railing. But we also have, this is a little bit higher because the ceiling in this nook is 9 feet, where the ceiling of the garage inside is 8 feet.
Okay.
So
it's
that's why
40
there is a step. There's a step on the railing.
So it's it'll be 42 inches overall then where that
Yes,
person is shown.
yes,
Yeah.
the overall height is yeah, it's 3.6
Okay.
of the railing.
Can we just see the whole sheet again? So that's the existing. All right, let me just.
Yeah.
All right. I think is there another elevation after this? The other.
Yes, the garage elevation, the next sheet.
No, where's the other side of the longitudinal elevation now?
The next sheet, the A3.2.
There it is. So that roof. And you had some, can you go back to the beginning, Chris, or sorry, the perspectives that were on that sheet?
The perspectives on the
Previous sheet.
A3.3.
They were, no, the ones that were preceding the elevations, the color ones.
The color ones are an A3.3.
Towards the back.
Yes, towards the end.
There you go. Okay, questions, anyone?
I have a question. I think I made a comment last time, and it's a question comment, but it's really a question. Is there any way to move the tower windows up or make them longer? Those tower windows, those right there, yes.
Okay. Is it because you think they're really high up?
They are too
on the structure?
low. I think they're there's. I mean, it's just to have less space between the top of the window and the molding.
Okay.
Just to stretch or either to move the whole window up or to make the windows taller, more more of a presence. Is that possible, or there's a reason why it cannot be done?
No, there is room for them to be higher, closer to the molding, you're saying, right?
Yeah, either taller or higher, maybe taller. Yeah, that's basically stretched another foot or so, or 18 inches.
Yeah, that is the stair tower, and then it has like a little section for a desk for the client. So we were proposing them a little bit lower so he actually can use them for viewing outside. But if it helps the aesthetic of the proposed, it can definitely be higher.
Well, I was thinking if they can be like 12 inches taller, meaning the window a taller window.
Oh, okay. You just mean longer window.
To make more of a presence of like a real floor, anyway, just to balance the elevation. That it's a common.
The bottom of the window would stay where it is, and the top would just stretch a little.
Yeah,
I understand. Yes,
it would
there's
balance
definitely
the big glass on the other. It would be more in scale with other elements of the composition. That's why I'm saying that.
Kind of like you have back here. That's a little higher, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have another question about the eaves. Like you have wood roof rafters on some of your eaves. Some of your eaves don't have any, and some of them have this detailed plaster buildup. Like what's like right there in that shot there, like right over your double doors, you got a tile roof sitting right on top. There's that whole line all the way across doesn't have any.
And
just
that's
plaster. It doesn't look real. Like what's going on there? What's driving the decision around these?
So we're on the tower elements. That's where they have the molding around, like on the existing. So when we're proposing that new tower, we're doing the same type of molding. On the rest of the ground floor, you do see the exposed rafters that we are including on the second floor. And you can also see some of the existing photos for we're just matching the existing conditions. For
here you can see the molding.
Though that's existing. I mean, like
can you show the photo of that you're talking about?
Yeah. There is a, on the sheet that has the photos of the details, I think it's the one previous to the last one. The one previous, that shows, you know, the molding condition of the existing towers. And then the ends of those rafter tails.
So that if you measure on drawing E and H from the face of the exterior plaster to the dimensional, just perpendicular dimension out to the end of the rafter tail, how many feet, what's the dimension there? Is that like 18 inches?
That's 18 inches.
Okay, so on your elevations, why is it shown so much less than 18 inches?
Let me see, I thought there were 18 inches as well.
Looks like 18 to me. It looks like it's about 6
Yeah.
inches there.
Yeah, because they are supposed to match. So I'm going to confirm that whatever dimension we have, which I think it's around 18 or 14, that it matches the existing condition. But that's the intention, that they are exactly the same overhang.
And what's happening around this garage? Like why isn't how are you treating that?
So the garage, we did try to see if the hip roof at the end would look better with the structure. But it actually, when you look at the front elevation, when you do a hip at the end, it actually didn't help the extension of the garage with the integration of the addition. So we're actually keeping the same look that it had before. It had that gable roof. So we're doing the same thing, just extending it, you know, those 3 feet.
Yeah, but the eaves along the longitudinal side of it, they don't, that's what I'm asking. What's the detail there?
Okay, you know what? Let me see if the photos show the existing condition, because that's just
it's on your
that,
drawing.
Yes, and
I'm not asking that. I see what's in the photos. I'm trying to understand what you're doing, like along that edge. Go back to that previous drawing.
Did you see this corner? Oh, sorry, if you see the
I know what I'm looking at. I just want you to go back to that perspective, please, the 3D perspectives.
You want the 3D perspectives.
Yeah, that's on 834, I believe.
You're looking at the garage here. Is that right?
Right. Hold
yes.
On. Stop zooming in. Just hold this. I don't need you to zoom in. It's not on that. Can you just do the whole sheet? Sorry.
Sure. Only what you want.
Just the whole sheet. Just fit the whole sheet. Right here. What's going on? Okay, we done?
Yeah.
What's going on here? Like what's this eave detail? Like see here, there's what's this eave detail here?
So that is the existing, the exact same detail that it had before. And what it will help, I think, would be like if you look at the photos that it's shown on A3.4, I can explain like
no,
what's
I
happening.
get that. So you're basically, your answer is that you're not changing the existing.
Yes, so that we're keeping exact, and that extension that's above that existing door on the first floor, that was already there. We're trying to keep that overhang over the existing door. So that condition is to match the existing.
Okay. All
right. Okay, other questions?
Is there a reason for having the 2 balconies right next to each other where you're saying that you're going to change that?
Yeah, we still have the 2 balconies next to each other. The only thing is that we changed the door from being a single hinge door to a double 4-foot with just like 2 feet panels.
Okay.
Instead of just a one single 3-foot.
Okay. That was my question.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. And seeing no hands, back to the board for comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I think it's come a long way. I wish the garage extension were longer or the roof extended out a little bit more, but I think it's acceptable. I think the comment about the height of the windows on the tower is a good idea. So that'd be my comment.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I agree with the comment about the windows, and to me, the 2 balconies seem kind of weird. I don't know. I would connect them if it was my home, but I'm not gonna say it has to go into the record. So I support the rest of it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Peugeot.
I agree with the comments that this project has evolved nicely. And I think these are other comments to make it continue to do that. I made a comment on the windows on the tower. I agree with the comment on the eaves. What happens is the project has two different types of eaves. I think some seem to be pretty long on some areas, more than, I mean, at least the way it's shown in the elevations. It looks like maybe 30 inches or so in some areas, and then it's about 18 inches elsewhere. That's in the existing. And then the proposed has a lot of different dimensions, and I think it should be normalized and be standard. I tend to agree with. I agree with the comment on the balconies. The balconies are a little bit awkward because the roof, the combination of balcony and roof, it's a little bit dicey. I think if they are combined, it might work better. Also, the doors would be smaller. I mean, maybe like have a pair of, like 4-foot doors and one balcony combined. It might, it would probably improve that. It's not, I could go either way, but I think that's the way I personally would go. And what else do I have? A longer roof and garage. Maybe this is a place where you can have a different detail, a rake, a projecting rake, just to extend that overhang. A rake overhang with it would be a new detail on this. Basically, a new animal in the cage, but I think it could work pretty well having outlookers, protruding timbers holding a projecting rake by a couple of feet or so. Might work well. But I think it's moving in the right direction, and it's getting pretty close to an approval. Those are my comments.
Hey, Mr. Bloomer.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't agree with much what I've been hearing. I think this project's got serious problems. This is a pretty significant overhaul of the house, and just looking at this, it seems very disorganized, poorly proportioned, and just generally poorly conceived. I mean, I think it's a complete misuse of the vernacular all over the place. It kind of, at first glance, it appears to be eclectic, which can be kind of interesting when it's done well, but it's not even close in terms of quality, eclectic kind of vernacular architecture. The tower proportions look odd. The three windows I'm looking at in this elevation seem just disproportionate to it and odd. The balcony that we're looking at, it has columns in it that don't align with the building. It seems to be kind of jammed in there with the roof eaves, with the garage. You got the same problem on the other side, these strange balconies with these weird massings on them that I don't work with the tile. We've got tile roof sitting on literally directly on top of the French door to the right of it, next to that little potted plant, and that's not going to work. The eaves are inconsistent and rambling. They just don't make sense. The proportions, the dimensions aren't there. The little tower elements, they don't fit in, and they're proportioned oddly to the house. The east elevation needs something better than what's there. It's this giant elevation with this long sloping roof that kind of feels completely foreign. So, I mean, I just don't feel like this is going well at all. And the existing building as it is doesn't have that many problems, but the way it's being treated here and how it feels like it's just a kit of parts that's being thrown at it, and there's not been really any study. I think this is an example of, it's just not like, somebody should sit down and redraw these elevations proportionally and carefully and study the style of architecture and really rethink this. It's not good architecture at all in my mind. I won't support it.
Okay, well, we've seen this 3 times, and I'm not as offended. And I think that the changes that were made are an improvement to the previous. The hip roof helps. I think the window comment will help with the 3 windows. Otherwise, I don't think it's the only real place that you'd see this is at the garage end, as far as in the neighborhood. So I'm not bothered by it. I think it's okay. I think that combining the 2 balconies is a good idea as well.
I'm not bothered either, Chris, and I'm not offended, just for the record. I just
Yeah.
don't think it's good quality, and I think it could be much better work.
Okay.
I'm not offended though.
Well, I think you may be in the minority, so we'll see if someone wants to make a motion here. This is here for further conceptual and preliminary.
Yeah, what I would like to say is that it has to be taken into consideration that this is an existing 3,200 square feet house, and the addition is about 700. So it's a small. I mean, I understand that I don't disagree about the comments about the style, not being, it's not the Spanish house really. It's not the way you would do a Spanish house. But a lot of that is inherited in the existing conditions. The enormous gable on the east, that's an existing thing. It's not new. So that's the. I just like to point out that out in the.
Yeah, well, maybe just to add some responsibility to my comments to your point, Alex. I agree that. But look at this rendering right here. Look at the detailing. Like, you got a cloth, like a canvas awning just slapped on randomly. You got the garage roof, which isn't combining well with the balcony. The balcony, you have to make choices about how you create the cadence of that balcony. And there's been no thought to the elevation and how those little columnar elements land. It just, they put one on the end, one in the center, and then that's it. And it's not really studied. Like, there's a lot of detailing and proportion to the execution of it that needs to kind of glue all the parts together, and that's really not being done well at all. And I think it needs work before it actually proves itself to be worthy of our approval. I mean, I agree with you that it's a tough gig sometimes to take an existing architecture and add to it successfully. And maybe the existing building's not all that great either. I don't know, but it doesn't mean that the execution may be the key to it. Like, look at the way that the upper balcony, look at the column on the corner sitting on that weird cornice, like it's completely unrelated to the other balcony next to it. And this is it's just an architectural execution issue it's just not there. I mean,
I agree. I agree with Commissioner Bloomer in the sense that in order to reach some consensus, I think that the concept is approvable. The execution is not. It could be it could be improved. I think the comments about the railing is totally fine. I mean, I agree with that. The concept about the combination of the roofs and the balcony and the difference in details of all of the roofs and the complexity and the awning, the canvas awning and so forth. I think those are all valid comments. But I think some kind of an addition, a small addition, second story addition with a tag, some kind of a tower element, it's approvable. I think it should be approvable.
You know what the issue is here, guys, is that you have to make a choice about how you develop a project to come to this level. And I understand architects need not to put too much investment in a schematic design level effort, or maybe even to a DD effort, and if this was hand drawn or 2D drawn, it'd probably take less effort to get this to an acceptable state, but this applicant's chosen to 3D model it. And what we know about that is it takes an extraordinary amount of effort and time to model all the elements so that it looks correct. And what's happened here is that level of refinement hasn't been given to this. There's a lack of comprehension of the detailing, and you know, when you're doing schematic level drawings, you can kind of scribble those things in and gesture them, and then later refine them in your detailing. But when you're building a 3D model, you got to build it all. And this applicant's relied almost 100%, I can tell, at least it seems that way to me, on using a 3D model to convey this project, and that's how they're getting their elevations and all the rest. And they just haven't put the work into figuring out how this building works. It's just, it's not good process, and its execution's poor, and it's really a problematic project because of it.
So can we give a little direction then? I mean, we keep talking about the railings. Do we eliminate these posts and just do railing all the way around? Is that going to help? I mean, I know this is kind of an awkward, situation where how it all comes together, but I'd like to move on here. So,
well, it's up. If you're asking me, I think this thing's further conceptual, and our architect needs to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to bring good architecture to us. This is not. Not there yet. If it's a massing study, I'm fine with the massing. Like as Alex said, like proportionally just trying to add on to the building from a massing and elevational standpoint, there's nothing wrong with the proposal, and the configuration of spaces and the layout's fine, but the architectural execution is not there.
Okay, so mass bulk and scale seems okay, but architectural detailing needs further development, right?
Architectural execution, not detail. It's more than detailing. It's the execution of architecture. It's like.
And I would also, as a suggestion, I would suggest that door element is taking about 18 inches from the plane of the bedroom. I was looking at the floor plan. If it was all on the same plane, you might be able to, at least integrate it a little bit more. I agree with the comment. The problem with the execution is there are so many changes, so many different elements put in different locations. On the I would suggest that to look at that window, to look the location of the windows below. Maybe they are the garage windows. They don't relate to the second story at all. But they do not relate to the design of the balcony. Maybe there's a way to work that out. The eaves, maybe having the longer eaves, especially over the balcony, are just, to be consistent.
And look, and then all this does is prove my point, Chris, because like this level of discussion is what should be happening in the architect's studio, getting this thing ready for us. Like my advice to the client, and I mean this sincerely, it's not an insult. It's just how architecture works. My advice is that you seek out the counsel and advisement of a senior architect who has experience with this type of architecture and type of building, who has a track record of doing excellent work on these things, and sit down and have some help, because it really needs it. It really does. And obviously we've seen this enough time to know that this applicant's struggling to get to the next step. And there's something to learn here and figure out, and, reach out to your architectural community and find somebody in it who's senior and experienced at this, and let them contribute and show you how to do this kind of project. Because you're on your way to it, but you just need more. You need more.
Okay, so let's come back. Alex Tuttle, do you have comments developed for us that you can read back and we can just fine tune and then move on?
Sure. I have a majority of board believes project has responded well to prior comments. Consider shifting tower windows up or making them taller on north elevation. Eave details need further refinement to improve consistency. Consider combining balconies on south elevation. Consider rake overhang on garage elevation. One member believes project is poorly organized and conceived. Detailing needs to be better executed to tie it all together. Study door element on north elevation to consider single plane with rest of bedroom. Those are what I've pulled together, but I would say the most latest discussion seems to be shifting some of that.
Yeah. So I think, something could be said about the railing or railings and how they integrate into the architecture, and also the windows for the garage and how they relate to the second floor. And then I think that is.
So I think that mass bulk and scale is fundamental, and then, details.
Yeah, I think that's
after that.
Good point. The board feels that the mass bulk and scale is acceptable, but architectural.
Well, I think the mass bulk and scale is basically why it's problematic. It's, I think that's basically the problem. I think that needs to be restudied. Just, the proportions eyeballed, if they're proper in scale, then the detailing comes naturally to it, Well, that's another architect's opinion here.
Okay, well, I think we've given enough feedback. I don't know where we're really to go from here, but there seems to be lots of differing opinions. Does the applicant want to respond? Or do you have enough to go on to go back?
I think I do. I mean, I think at least we were okay on mass bulk and scale, but the last architect might have said not so good. So I think I do have clear comments for the most part. So we'll come back with something else.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we need to take a vote on the mass bulk and scale, because I disagree. I think it's not exceptionally good in terms of site loading or organization, but it's good enough for an approval, considering this small addition to a large house. And in terms of mass bulk and scale, I think this is approvable. I also agree very much with Mr. Bloomer about the detailing and the execution of the concept. And
okay, so we'll just do a straw vote. Who feels that the mass bulk and scale is acceptable?
I do.
I do also. Is that 2?
I agree. I don't think it's a problem.
Okay, so 3-2 on bulk and scale. Or Josh, what did you think about the mass bulk and scale? You seem to think it was okay. Just the execution.
I have my mute on. Sorry. I'm in agreement with Alex. I thought he summarized that pretty well.
Okay, so 4-1 mass bulk and scale. And so then I think you have plenty of comments to wade through about the architectural execution and detailing. And so I think that means you'd be coming back for further conceptual and preliminary approval.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the item number 8, PLSB LLC, new SFD, single family dwelling and accessory structures. Request of Mark Lloyd, agent for PLSB LLC, for further conceptual review of a new 5,682 square foot single family dwelling, detached garage, storage attached above, guest house, pool cabana, greenhouse, and generator. This is located at 3393 Padara Lane, and last heard August 13th of this year. Will the applicant state your name or names for the record, please?
Paul Rubison with Appleton Partners.
Jeff Yardy with Appleton Partners.
Hi guys, welcome back.
Thank you.
I have 6 comments that I'll read through, and then I'll hand it over to you to show us your any changes you made. So comment A, board is split. Some members believe project has lost some of its charm due to its enlargement of the octagon. B, reconsider height and size of cupola and perhaps consider skylights instead. Alternatively, consider finial on top of cupola. D, if possible, relocate parking space locations to create better entry experience. excuse me, E, return with more renderings, especially with regards to landscape between main residence and beach. F, be mindful of shade, sun shade lines for plantings. So we can just have, tell Robert what page you want to be on, and we'll.
Excellent. Well, I mean, for starters, we've actually looked at, with the board's comments, we looked at the size of the house. And with the program, we've actually tightened up the building. So we actually pulled in the footprint, which you'll see throughout the set, and reduced the building size by about 7%. So yeah, the next few sheets show the civil engineering. We did also, as part of working with approvals for the Coastal Commission, for this, for the scope of work that we're presenting right now, we actually removed the greenhouse that was out at the beach because we wanted to make sure that any comments that Coastal had about the placement of that structure didn't interfere with approvals for the main house. And what we've reviewed with the planning department and with Coastal, everyone's on board with the main house, the garage, and the guest house with cabana that we're currently showing in this set. So the next few sheets you can move through, it just shows further development of the site. These are all civil exhibits. Yeah. And site section studies. This is the survey showing the existing conditions of the site. If you want to move to the next page, that shows the existing site with the proposed structures overlaid, which was requested by the planning department, and shows the reduced main house. You can move to the next sheet. So this is our current site plan. Now, we also took into consideration the comments about the driveway, the parking, et cetera. And what we've actually done is we've looked at, in developing both the site plan and the landscaping, pulling the entry further from the guest house. And it actually created a little bit more cushion between parking and the structures. And when we get into the landscape package, you'll see that we've got a nice, comfortable planting bed around the guest house to kind of surround the parking and create a sense of space at that guest house structure. You can move on to the next sheet. These are site details. We've actually continued to develop a number of details throughout the set as we prepare to go through in preparation for the building department package. So these show some of our site walls and stairs. You can move to the next sheet. So this is the first floor plan where we've kind of tucked in the building a little bit and made some more intimate spaces on the interior while still fitting our client's program. If you want to move to the next sheet, it'll show the second floor as it sits on top of this with the roof extending over the porch. And then the next sheet will show the roof plan. And the next sheet will show the accessory structures. We have the guest house and the cabana. And then the next sheet is our garage, and we've got a storage room above that with laundry facilities. And then the next page. So these are the exterior elevations. We have continued to develop the cupola structure. We've looked at the proportions, and actually when we get into some of the additional exhibits we've prepared, showing this in 3D, you'll see some of the detailing. We actually really liked the suggestion of a finial as another decorative element on top of the cupola. So we've developed that element here. And you can move on to the next sheet, which will show the other primary sides of the house. And then the next sheet will show the elevations of the guest house cabana, and followed by the elevations of the garage and storage room. right. And then the next sheet. We've developed building sections studying the structural design and mechanical for everything. And the next couple of sheets will show further development of the building sections as we've been coordinating with our engineers, including the accessory structures here. And the next page is the garage. Yeah. All right. Next. We also have been developing our door and window types. We can probably move through these in just a sequence. Yeah. And we've got details that accompany these for our typical doors and windows. All right, next. Looking at porch details, foundation details, and roof. All right. Here we have our diagram of our existing trees. We are, as we presented in the previous hearings, removing the eucalyptus trees, and we are relocating some of the other trees that are, in conflict with the development areas. So this shows all the existing trees and identifies what's being removed in red, what's going to be relocated in blue, and what remains in place in green. Next page. Here we have our planting plan, which we've continued to refine. And then we have a few additional pages that show, you can probably click through them pretty quick, the hydrozones, the planting schedule, soils test. This is preparation for the irrigation plan, and then we also did a storm water management plan. So there should also be some, well, actually, we did some renderings of the landscape. If it's all right, can I share my screen for that?
Yeah, we're here for conceptual. Sure. Leah, can you, or I'll try to give you access.
Okay.
Where are you?
I got it, Chris.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay. So this shows the further refinement of the main house, including the development of the cupola design. These are in line with previous exterior renderings that we've presented at our other hearings. So we wanted this to kind of show this in kind, but we've also developed, we did a rendered site plan as we started doing studies of the tree placements and the sunlight across the property. We're going to come back to this one, and Jeff can talk about the planting palette here. But we also did, a rendering showing the development of the trees and views of the house from the beach, a gazebo structure that we have out at the Rocks. And then we also were looking at views of the house and the garage structure off to the right from the property. And so, Jeff, why don't you talk about, there was the comment made about planting selections and the amount of sunlight.
Yeah, well, I'm using the Camellia sasanquas, which can take more sun. I think the other landscape person commented that they were going to get too much sun, but because it's by the beach and it's the Camellia sasanqua, I feel that this will be a good kind of screen of the parking lot and create interest at the entry.
Okay. And that should address all the previous comments. So that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, to the board for questions. Anyone, this is the 5th time I think we're seeing this, so I'll just open it up. I don't think we need to go individually. Anybody have questions?
I have two questions. One is about the lawn. What's the, I'm not familiar with that, the palm lawn.
Yeah, that's a grass that does well on the coast. A lot of, most of the houses that are right on the ocean use that type of grass. It's kind of a moderate water usage grass, but it just responds well to, this is a difficult site for planting because of the ocean influence. I mean, it's just all that salt spray. So a lot of the palette that I've chosen to use here are things that'll survive. Like I've used the Monterey cypresses, and then the California sycamores do well on the coast, and also that grass.
Okay. Yeah, then I have a question about the the size of the octagon. We talked about that last time, and you said it was reduced by 7%.
Yes.
What's the size of the octagon, and what's the size of the roof of the octagon? What's the? I didn't see any dimension in the plans. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. So the building has pulled into about 58 feet across. We're down to about 5,000 gross square feet, about 4,600 net square feet for the footprint. And then we do have the porch does extend out the additional 12 feet beyond that.
So it's 58 feet plus 12 on each side. Is that the way it works?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Because we're seeing the upper and lower roof structures from this vantage point. Yeah.
What was it before? I know you reduced it. What was it? 50?
It was about 60 to 61 feet.
See. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Other questions? All right. No other questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? So please raise your hand. All right. No public comment. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
Okay. Well, I was the one that commented on the octagon. The thing is, we saw this at the beginning, and it was such a wonderful octagon, and then it kind of more than double in size. And it became out of scale in my eyes. By the way, I love your renderings. I mean, somebody in that office really knows how to draw. Very, very, very nicely done. But
thank you.
It does show also that the mass of this octagon. It is something it's impressive, and that's one issue I have with this project. The other one is the grass. The idea is that we're on the California coast. I don't know. Is that? I mean, this is not the kind of landscape that I'm used to see when I walk by the beach. And I don't know. I'd like some help from the landscape architects in this and this board about that. It just seems like the palette itself is so alien. And we talked in the past about having an East Coast type of landscape goal and approach, and it does look like that. But once it gets to the coast, I mean, right to the facing the beach, that grass it doesn't seem natural, and also the fact that there are no trees that kind of aggravates that in my eye. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Mr. Richards, comments.
I like how this project has evolved, and I don't know that I agree 100% with Alex on the choice of planting. I think it's appropriate for the styling of the home. Maybe it's not your typical California landscape, but I wouldn't say this home is your typical home either. I think it fits the home. So I'm in support of the project.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, comments?
Well, I think it's nicely done. I still think the building is a little large and lost its intimacy in some respect, but all in all, I mean, it's a beautiful project. I'll support it as it is.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Bloomer.
I think I'm just gonna concur with John.
Okay, thank you. I will maybe address the planting. I mean, it's, you know, it's not necessarily my style. It is definitely more East Coast, but with West Coast plants, I think there's still a lot of high water use plants in there. And, you know, I would try and, I'm kind of curious. Let me get the annotation up here. But I'm wondering what's happening right here, because it looks like we're just running lawn up to a fence maybe or something. And then I guess I would just comment that, again, it's minor and it's your own volition, but I would soften this up and put some planting in through here a little bit too, just to provide a little foreground, because you got this weird angle shooting across, and, you know, but it's not a make or break thing, just suggestion. So, but, you know, what is this condition here? Because it looks like you're hedging other areas, and then this, I don't see anything called out there.
I think we're just trying to preserve views for the neighbor. That's really what the lawn is all about, is to just kind of open that area up for the ocean views for everybody.
Is there a fence or something?
Currently, there's a very loose fence there that we'd like to do a more substantial site wall along that property line. But just like Jeff was saying, that we were looking at trying to just maintain views while also having an appropriate amount of privacy for the site. Also along the left side there, that strange angle that you pointed out, that's actually an existing barrier wall at the backside of the, there's that row of rocks on the beach. And then this is actually the existing site, and the existing stairs to access the beach are remaining intact.
Can you slide this over so we can kind of see that?
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Let me see. Actually, I wonder if in our other here, this is the same set we submitted to you, but I think if we go into the landscape here, do we see a little bit more of that beach?
No.
I know on the site plan here. Yeah, here we go. So this is the rock break that's out here at the beach. And then there's that little, and it's an existing gazebo structure among the rocks. And then, you know, ocean to the left.
Okay, yeah, I remember that. So, yeah, I mean, you can still retain views here and soften it with landscaping. It doesn't have to be high. Yeah. I think my, not a condition, but a strong suggestion would be to work on this line a little bit and help soften that up. It's just the weird angles doesn't help anything.
Right.
And it's kind of like you worked through the landscape plan and then you just kind of gave up at the back. Just sticking with the existing conditions, which aren't good conditions, but it seems like some planting along here would help both your foreground view and keep them low, and just help to soften things overall. And maybe there's a little bit of landscape, you know, peering up over here, so folks looking at the beach have a little bit more of a foreground instead of just a, you know, boom, here's the building, everybody. So that is, I guess that would be my suggestion, would be to soften the landscape, reduce the lawn maybe a little bit, and help soften the existing wall and angles to integrate this more with the existing landscape. Otherwise, I mean, you know, palm trees next to sycamores, I don't know, it doesn't really fit in my eyes, but it's all interior, so, you know, that's on you guys.
A lot of that stuff is existing material that we're just trying to utilize, you know.
Right. True. Yeah. Okay, so otherwise, I think I appreciate and I like the new entry location. I think that helps a lot. And you're more centered in the site and you're further away from the guest house. The comment was about trying to do something about this, but you don't have that much room. So
right.
It is what it is. So beyond that, I would say it's supportable. And there you go. And we're here for further conceptual. So if, how does the board feel? To me, it feels like it could come back for preliminary approval.
Just to clarify, this is will require approval of the CDH by the zoning administrator. And then
Before they can come back for.
And then it would come back to you, yeah.
Got it. Okay. So I mean, there's still some concern with the size, but the little bit that you did do helps. I still think I agree with Alex that it a little bit smaller would be a little bit more quaint and cute, and not cute, but nicer, because it is just looking back at the first iteration, it just seemed more in balance with the scale of the site and the location.
Yeah, our program changed while, between that hearing and the next one, and probably didn't do us any favors that we presented a smaller building and then came back with, this is what the clients actually decided that they need as far as bedrooms and supporting spaces. And we've done stuff like, locating the laundry in an accessory building so that, pulling that kind of program out definitely helped pull the building in. But if we had come in with the octagon that we initially did without seeing the smaller version, we would hope that, we feel like it's a really nice building. We feel like it fits in with, definitely with the scale of other buildings up and down the beach. But we definitely wanted to create something special here.
Gotcha. So is the greenhouse still there? Going to be there?
The greenhouse it will be permitted separately at a later time, but with the conversation with Coastal, we're trying to find the best way to move the project forward and get into the building department. And if the greenhouse delays things, what we talked to the planning department about is let's pull it from the scope for now, and we'll have a separate conversation with Coastal after they give their final approval of the main house.
Okay. All right. And then are these dark sky compliant?
Yes, that's right. The lights will be in the hood of the fixtures so that they direct the light downward.
Got it. Okay, very good. Are there any other last minute comments from board members? No. Or anything to add?
Quick question.
Is it accurate to say that overall project is like just for the ZA to understand your minutes? Because I say here that some members still believe the main residence is too large.
Why don't we do a straw vote on that? Those who feel it's too large, raise your hand. I'm going to be in that camp, I think.
Maybe we should vote on what board members think they're sitting on the planning commission. Which board members think they're on an architectural aesthetic committee. How about that vote?
Well, we're talking about
Josh, size, bulk, and scale is a design issue.
Yeah,
it's not.
All right, so that was a
not a contest.
That was a 3-2.
It's orientation of.
Well, I think we're anyway. I don't think
anyway, you got my vote.
All right, so I don't think it's it's a huge amount that we would, a smaller, another 7% might be enough. I don't know, but there's the client's program too. So I would find it acceptable either way. I just think that a little bit more trimming of the fat would be a big help.
It would be nice to move some of the program next to the garage or next to it, or some out of the octagon. So mean, keep the same square footage on site, but not there. That's, maybe you already tried that. Maybe the applicant already tried that. I don't know.
Well, you've clearly looked at it a lot. So, yeah. So anyway, in response to your question, Alex, I would say the board is split and we're on the fence and in the middle. So does that help? No.
Yeah, because how do we move forward? Because I mean,
we can move forward, but
yeah, I think that's sufficient for you to move forward with. We're just, you know, we'd like to see it, but I don't think anybody's going to say, no, this is terrible, you know, start over.
All right.
So, all right, good. So then we'll see you after ZA.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Okay, moving on then, folks. Final item of the day. Item number 9, Bamboo Hill Trust, new single-family dwelling. Request of Jared DeGancy, architect for Bamboo Hill Trust, for prelim and final approval of the demolition of an existing 4,000 square foot single-family dwelling and construction of approximately 2,832 square foot dwelling, workshop, 2-car garage, greenhouse, prefab greenhouse, for a total new gross square footage of 4,841, 476,000 square feet of landscaping, and 12,700 of impervious for new driveway, outdoor lighting. Grading is fairly balanced. And this is an 11.5 acre parcel located at 209 Greenwell Avenue in Summerlin. Last seen June 4th. And we have a couple comments from last time, but do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm here, Jared DeGancy with Anacapa Architecture, and I'm also here with my colleague Jeff April, who I believe may need to be upgraded to a panelist, and then also our landscape architect Brooks Mickelson, who may also need to be upgraded if someone could please do that.
All right. I think Leah will take care of that. Looks like it's already happening. Good. So a couple comments from last time. A, great project. B, architectural style is appropriate. Mass, bulk, and scale are appropriate to neighborhood. Return with full landscape plan.
Yes, excellent. So we actually have a series of PDFs with this, just from a file size standpoint. We've got 6 files that begin with the number 1, and we've got an A, B, C. If you could please open the file that begins with 1.E. And while you're updating that, that'll have our architectural site drawings. Yeah, the comments last time with the architectural style being appropriate, mass, bulk, and scale. So since we've met, we've really kept true to that original design, harnessing a lot of our design inspiration from the rural and agricultural richness and history of the Summerlin area, and trying to integrate that into our home. So it really blends seamlessly with the landscape and that agrarian lifestyle. On our site plan, you can see, and I'll annotate lightly, in red, there's the footprint of the existing 2-story residence, which we are demolishing with the proposed design, and then also demolishing an existing shed. And what we're doing is we're replacing that with a series of smaller single-story structures in comparison to the existing 2-story structure. If you could maybe zoom in a little bit just to get a little bit more clear view. We've separated this into 5 different structures. The main residence is this larger structure. We've located it where the existing residence is currently, just to take advantage of that flat slope, minimize any sort of grading, and then also maximize views both to the north and the south for the mountains and the coast. We also here have a workshop close by, again, taking advantage of that flat site, which is right now the existing driveway. Again, to minimize any sort of grading, and then it's also a really fantastic view to the north, to the mountains. Moving down the site, we have the guest house, which has been located on what's the second most flat area of the site, somewhat of a peninsula zone. And that's a 1-bedroom guest house where we also, similar to the main house, have views to the north and south. In between the guest house and the garage, we've located a prefabricated greenhouse, trying to nestle into the landscape, again, trying to find another flat area. And then lastly, we have the garage. And the garage is located directly adjacent to the Hammerhead turnaround, which is a requirement from Carpinteria Summerlin Fire. And we've tried to locate that garage as close to this fire required turnaround just to minimize, again, any sort of grading that would be caused by any additional road work. Jumping into the grading in general, the grading associated with the structures themselves is resulting in about 40 net cubic yards of export, and the grading related directly to the driveway and the road improvements per the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Development Standards is about 470 cubic yards. So about 90% of that is for the is due to the requirements of the Summerlin Fire road requirements. We'd love to avoid the additional grading. It's just, these are items that were non-negotiable items that we had to deal with in working with Carpinteria Summerlin Fire. As mentioned, we located the houses and the house and the additional structures in the flattest areas that we could. And really the majority of that grading is occurring at areas like this turnout where we have to expand the radius of the road. This area where we have to allow for passing of vehicles. And then lastly, the Hammerhead, where it requires a certain amount of road for the vehicles to turn around and then also achieve a certain amount of flatness for that slope. If you could please go to page 4, I wanted to jump into the floor plans quickly and run through each of these structures. Excellent. So here we've got the main house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. We've got the primary bedroom on this end. So it's got views north, south, and east in this zone here. And then we've got the main living, kitchen, and dining kind of great room zone here. And we've opened it up both to the north and to the south just to create a nice breeze through to the coast and to the mountains. And then we've got 2 additional bedrooms on the west wing with a shared bathroom. And here the workshop, similar to how we've created a cross breeze opportunity for the main house going north-south, we wanted to do something with the workshop where it can run east-west, giving it a bit of a parity between the 2 structures. And then also the workshop as acting to frame the view as you enter into the main house, which we can see a little bit farther down with a render. If you could go to the next page, please. I'm sorry, let's go to page, let's keep going. We're looking for the next set of floor plans. I believe it's page 7. Oh, yeah, page 7, just showing the roof plan.
You want the roof plan or?
Well, you can, if you want to go to page 7, just quickly, it shows the standing seam metal roof. Thank you. And then page 8, I believe, is the floor plans. Sorry about that. So here's the additional accessory structures. We've got a small prefabricated greenhouse, a 2-car garage with room for a smaller cart to get around the site, and then a bathroom, and then a single bedroom guest house with small living area attached and restroom. Excellent. And if you could please open the next PDF 1.f for architecture. I just want to run through the elevations, materiality, and then we can jump into the architectural details. So this page and the next is for the main residence. And so the main residence we're proposing to clad in a naturally weathering wood, and the standing seam roof will also have a matching tonal color. So it's a kind of a lighter brown. And so to create a more rural looking barn-like structure that's going to blend into the landscape. And then with a few puncturing windows into bedrooms, living rooms, and additional accessory spaces. If you could go to the next page. Here's just looking at the north and east elevations. Next page, please.
And the red dashed is the existing residence on those.
Yes, thank you. Yes, on the previous, you could see we had indicated the 2-story house. So really, we're trying to emphasize a much lower laying structure, so it can kind of hide into the trees and plantings. This is the workshop, so this is just across from the main house. This is proposing also to use a vertical wood siding, but instead of the naturally weathered, we wanted to give it its own identity, and so we're opting to use like a darker black stained wood, and then the standing seam will also match tonally with a darker black stained seam, standing seam roof. And next page, please. Here's the garage. With the garage, we're proposing to clad it with a naturally weathering box rib steel. And you'll see in some of the photos, so it'll become more of a rusted material. And then with the standing seam roof, we're also proposing to use the same naturally weathering steel, so that we'll have a single material feeling all the way around it. If you get one more page, please. On the top, we're showing some elevations of the proposed prefabricated greenhouse. This greenhouse, the photo is white, but what we're proposing is this color swatch here is a dark bronze, again, to kind of minimize its presence and help it fall into the landscape with the proposed trees and planting. And then the bottom 4 elevations is for the guest house, which is located on the far west on the flat plateau of the site. This also being clad with a vertical black stained wood, but instead of having the standing seams roof exposed, we're proposing to wrap that up to give it a more homogeneous appearance.
I don't know if you guys are familiar, but the manufacturer for the greenhouse is a company called Hartley Botanic. They're actually out of Boston, and the greenhouse will sit on top of a local sandstone curb to about 20 or 29, 30 inches. And then it'll have the greenhouse surround.
Exactly. If you could jump to the next page, please. Here's just showing the exterior lighting. We're proposing to have exterior sconce dark sky compatible, which is a location adjacent to the doors. And then due to the barn doors on the workshop, we're showing a gooseneck. And then if we could go to continue down, please, to excellent. This is again showing elevations, sections. This works. And then if we could go to page 22 of this PDF, I want to jump to the materiality real quickly. Perfect. Just to reiterate what I discussed on the elevations, here is the naturally weathered siding that we're showing for the main residence. This is the black stained wood that we're proposing for the workshop and the guest house. This would be the weathering steel for the box rib. And then also, again, the profile for the greenhouse, but it would be a dark bronze. An example of the barn doors that we're proposing to use at the workshop, a metal standing seam roof for majority of the structures. And then for the window systems, we're proposing to use Lowen. They make an all wood frame system for both their picture windows, lift and slides, and their terrace doors. If you could jump to page 18, I can dive into the architectural details. Great. So on this page, these are all details from the main residence. On the left-hand side, we're just showing the standard vertical siding, transitioning to the standing seam roof at the top. The 2 details on the top right are showing eave conditions for both the swing door and the triple all wood slider doors. And we're proposing to have a concealed integrated roof drain. And then in the middle bottom images showing the windowsill conditions for both swing doors and the sliders, and then the associated jambs. If you could go to the next page, please. Here on this top image, we're showing a section through, there's a small flat roof that we have between the primary suite and the kitchen dining suite area. In order to emphasize that gap between those 2 structures, we're proposing a small flat roof that will have ballast gravel on top of that. And then here we're proposing the chimney roof penetration. So it'll be a small 12-inch round chimney that will be penetrating through the sloped roof for the fireplace located inside the main living room area. Go to the next page, please. Here on the left-hand side, additional details through the workshop. This is a pocket door slider condition where we can open those doors up both to the east and west. The top 2 images on the right are details through the garage. And so here we're proposing the box rib that will transition to the standing seam, both in a naturally weathering steel. And on the garage, we're proposing to just have the gutter and downspout on the exterior in lieu of the integral drain on the main residence. On the bottom right is a guardrail detail for, there's one location at the garage due just to the drop-in grading. We have a small steel vertical guardrail just to kind of blend and disappear into the context. And then next page, please. This last sheet of details is details for the guest house portion of the project. This is where we have the black vertical wood siding wrapping up the walls and up onto the roof. It's actually over top of a standing seam roof in order to maintain the Class A buildup. And then here is showing one section through the low-end swing door location between the house and the exterior onto the stone patio. And then the detail on the left is showing one of the window benches that protrude from that face of the building. Then lastly, if you want to jump to page 23, we just have a few quick renders that we can take a look at, and then we'll hand it off to Brooks to review the landscape plans. So the view on the top is looking, your back is to the north and you're looking towards the south into that courtyard where the landscape is getting hugged by the structures that we're proposing. The image on the bottom right is the approach from the driveway to that main house, with the workshop being on the left framing that view. And then the view on the bottom left is walking towards the garage, where you can start to see a glimpse of the naturally weathered steel structure. And if you could go to the next page, please. We have just a quick image of the guest house showing that vertical wood siding, how it pairs with the primary structure, but then has its own identity as it's a bit farther off on site with that wood wrapping up onto the roof. So that is it in terms of the architectural items. I want to hand it over to Brooks. If you could please open, we have two PDFs for the landscape. It's 1.b and 1.c. I apologize, it's just due to file size requirements. Sorry, B as in boy and C as in cat for landscape drawings.
I don't know why it's not open. Oh, it's just lagging. Give it a moment. Is that shown?
It is.
Yes. Yep. Go ahead, Brooks.
Hi, my name is Brooks Mickelson. I'm from Bosque Landscape Architecture. And I'll just dive right in. Here's just the existing site conditions. I'm not sure how much you all covered about kind of the existing planting in your previous hearing, but I'll just quickly go through kind of what you're seeing. If you, all those little green dots that you see, are bird of paradise, the smaller bird of paradise. And then in there, mixed in there, are kind of a silver eucalyptus and a grove of palm trees over there toward the east by the entry. And that's pretty much everything that's there, aside from some eucalyptus and some native oaks. Okay, so you can go to the next slide, please. So this is just the hardscape layout plan. Very simple material palette of concrete there, kind of right at the top of the driveway. Mix some chip seal. Sorry, the chip seal is the driveway. The concrete is the pathway right next to the garage there. Mostly the paths are pea gravel with flagstone pavers, and you'll see a few of the patios outside of the living spaces and the entry spaces are just a flagstone, kind of a loose, naturally laid flagstone pattern. You'll notice a few low leveling boulder walls. We intend for those to feel very natural and as low as possible, just to kind of retain a few areas that need to be occupied. That's pretty much it for the materials. I'll kind of walk you through the spaces. So as you make your way up the driveway, as I mentioned, the hammerhead space and the kind of extra parking area where you see the 2 number 1s are chip seal. The path that leads you off to the west, leading to the guest house, is pea gravel with those kind of linear shapes marked with the number 12 are stone slabs, just to kind of help retain the grade as you're stepping down a little bit in that location. And then as you head, if you parked into the garage, as you head to the main house, you would walk down a flagstone path with pea gravel and make your way toward an entryway, flagstone entryway. There's another flagstone patio outside the main living space to the south with one of those low boulder retaining walls that I mentioned. And then as you make your way out of the living space to the south, you go down 2 sets of stone steps. And then the number 7 there to the south of the house is it's kind of a lookout point, could have a fire pit, kind of a nighttime gathering space, because as you can see, it'll be pretty bright and sunny there during the day. So we intend for that to be kind of a more open evening hangout spot. And then as you make your way down toward the west, out of the fire area or evening lounge area, there's more of those stone slab steps leading you down to a veggie garden and citrus garden. And then as you make your way, as we go back up now to the kind of the interior courtyard between the 2 main buildings, this is just a very natural, loose outdoor living space, very flexible and informal, lots of natural materials. We didn't want to kind of carve out any formal spaces. There could be a dining area or a seating area kind of up to the north where you see the number 10. So it's just supposed to feel very kind of natural and organic and flexible out there. I think that's pretty much it for the hardscape materials and layout. If you could go to the next page. Thank you. This is the tree plan. So as you can see on the legend on the top left, it's primarily native plants. The pineapple guava is not native, but it would be very happy in this location. And so it's mostly the native oaks, and we have a few kind of large specimen Platanus racemosas, the main one being kind of the one just north of the entryway. We thought that would be a really beautiful, if we did like maybe a multi specimen sycamore there. As you walk from the parking area and the garage, you would see it there kind of marking that interior courtyard and kind of pointing to the front door. So it's mostly the oaks, and you can see we kind of placed some of the larger oaks along the south side of the house where the most sun will be, where you'll have the most sun. And so we tried to arrange them in a way that opened up the views without, allowing too much sunlight in there in the sunniest part of the day. And then where the master bedroom is off to the east there, that's kind of the only area where the view is not totally amazing. There's a house kind of off in the distance that's, you kind of want to screen a little bit. So that's why we are keeping some of the larger trees there and adding a couple oaks outside the bedroom there. Just kind of trying to really hug these buildings and make them feel like, in a way, they've always been there, but offering up moments where you can still see the view, obviously. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. So this is the planting plan, kind of a lot to look at. So I'll try to pare it down, but basically we were trying to kind of speak to the quiet, unobstructed, the kind of the quiet feel of the architecture. And so the planting palette is primarily kind of soft grasses, some native Australian ground covers, a few succulents here and there, and then some kind of larger native like Ceanothus and Toyon to kind of kind of hug those slopes. But for the most part, it's really kind of a lot of soft movement with the grasses, very few flowers, just very quiet to kind of work with the architecture, obviously. If you want to go to the next page, actually, sorry, if you could just go back one more, I apologize. There's one thing I just wanted to mention. So you'll notice a large meadow there to the south of the main building. And the intention there was, so as you noticed from the aerial, it's all bird of paradise for the most part, which, you know, the owners didn't love the idea of the residents just kind of gazing out on this sea of bird of paradise. So as you come up the driveway, we thought it would be really lovely to kind of reveal the house in that way. So kind of it opens up to a meadow as you look to your right. And then at the same time, as you're in that main living space, you kind of gaze out over this meadow to the ocean and beyond. So that was the intention with the meadow. And so we've chosen all low water use, primarily native grasses for that meadow. And so, yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch on that meadow in context with everything else. But so you can go ahead to the next page, please. So here we're getting into kind of the main garden living space. And just like the rest of the planting palette, it's primarily grasses and low ground covers. The trees kind of accent the buildings. There's a cork oak, a few cork oaks, some Quercus tomentella, ceanothus there kind of along the north edge, that kind of brighter green symbol up there. Yeah, it's just kind of a native mix of natives and grasses there. You can go to the next page. Again, more of the same. So you'll see the acacia redolens kind of hugging the slope to the south of the driveway there. It gets pretty steep along there. So we felt like that would be a good choice. It's steep and sunny. And then as you make your way down to the guest house there's a lot of carex and the eucalyptus moon lagoon kind of hugging the top of the slope there as you gaze out from the south. Some aloes mark the entryway. And you can see there's a giant existing native oak tree there between the greenhouse and the new guest house, which we would keep. And then just to the left of that oak tree is an existing Brazilian pepper, which we would also keep. And so, yeah, all these buildings kind of are tucked into the landscape in a really soft, natural way. Nothing formal, nothing bright or colorful, just quiet like the buildings. You can go to the next page. And the same thing, there's the acacia redolens that I mentioned, kind of as you get kind of toward the motor court. That's what we chose for the slope area there. There's your meadow. There's a little path leading off the driveway in order to access the meadow there. So this is the entry planting right now. Yeah, so, you know, we didn't want to kind of tear out all of the existing planting, but we felt like removing the existing bird of paradise and eucalyptus just in this area would be a really nice touch. So this is just called the entry mix, and it's 2 native grasses and then a few yuccas. And you can go to the next page, and this is just the full planting palette with the trees. Some planting details. And then here's our renderings, which kind of better describe the planting and how they integrate into these different spaces. So on the top left, that's that inner courtyard area to the north of the main living space. As you can see, it kind of appears that these, the pea gravel paths and patio spaces were just kind of carved through these grasses that hopefully feel that they were always there. And you can see the tree kind of that's not really obviously a multi-platanus racemosa, but you get the idea of this kind of grand tree right there marking the entry. And then just below that rendering this is as if you've just kind of gotten out of your car and you're walking up to the main residence. So you have grasses on either side of you, you have trees to the left that kind of make you feel like you're walking through, you know, a little tree tunnel on your way into these buildings. And then just below that, you're almost to the front door. You can see more of the grasses, the workshop on your left, and then that specimen tree straight ahead. And then the top right is showing that main outdoor patio space just off the main living area. We tried to make it kind of as minimal as possible. They didn't want a big grand outdoor paved area. So it's just enough space to stand and put a few chairs out there, but nothing too obtrusive. And then you can see it, you can step down into the fire area, kind of engulfed by this meadow. You can see the shade trees there, strategically placed the oaks there to kind of shade the building a little bit on that side. And then the next rendering below that is just another view of the same space. You can go to the next page.
I believe it's in the next, there's another PDF, the 1.c with some lighting.
Yeah, let's try and wrap up soon too.
This is an irrigation plan, irrigation sheets, hydrozone lighting, minimal lighting, mostly path lights, maybe the occasional step light over there toward the east. That's it. No uplighting.
All right.
And that's it for lighting. Is that the last page, I think?
I think that's the last in this.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, guys?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, back to the board for questions. Anyone?
No.
Nothing? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? There's no attendees anymore. So that's a no. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I love this project. It's great. You know, go ahead and build it. Let's see what it looks like.
We're gonna need to see before and afters in comparison to these renderings.
Yes.
In three years, please. Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
I agree. I enjoy the presentation very much. The landscape renderings are really sweet and soft, and yeah, the way they were described are the way they are shown on the pictures. I like the architecture as well. Yeah, I'm in favor of this project.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I agree with the previous comments. It's great. The landscape looks awesome in these renderings.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer.
No further comments. I think it's fantastic.
All right. I concur. The only one thing that jumped out at me was the use of sycamore trees on top of a hill just is out of place and stands out from afar because they're usually kind of more of a riparian, but I think you only have two called out, so it's no big deal. But otherwise, yeah, very nicely done. I like it. Any other last minute comments? This is here for preliminary and final, so if somebody wants to make a motion, that would be acceptable.
I'll be proud to make that motion, Mr. Chair.
I'll second it on the condition that the applicant do a faster presentation next time, especially when they know they have a great project.
Yes, agreed.
Josh. Mr. Bloomer, apologies.
That's cool. It was fun.
All right.
Felt like it was in a good lecture.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
We appreciate your time, everyone.
Have a great
Good
weekend.
job.
All right, so we have to go back to item number 1. And because we were waiting on the light fixture and the trim by the windows, and so I'm going to share my screen here and show those. So we can wrap that one up. What are we looking at? Here we go. Okay. Oh, and then that's the door. Nope. There we go. So this is the lighting fixture for item number 1, if you all recall, way back in the morning. And then the window trim was changed so that it's not just mitered vertical butt joint.
Very good. So we can make a motion to approve. What was it for preliminary and final? So let me.
It was for, yeah, I believe so. Yeah, prelim and final.
I'll make that motion then. I don't think we have any conditions or any comments. I think all this has been provided, right?
Yeah, I think everything else was good to go.
Okay, very good.
So do we have a second?
I'll second it.
A second by John. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1 approved. And that concludes the SBAR meeting for November 19th. I hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. Thank you for joining us.
Before we leave, Mr. Chair, if I can ask Tuttle to clarify the county's guidelines regarding signage on facing the freeway. I just don't want to get into an argument online on my preferences, or I just want to know. I know that there are some specific guidelines in Summerland, and also on the freeway design guidelines. There's something about signage facing the freeway. So I would like to have that information available to the board so we can have a more informed discussion sometime.
Yeah, maybe we can bring that for the next meeting so they have a chance to assemble it. Is that acceptable, or do you want to feedback from Alex?
Yeah, no, whenever it's possible, I just want to really, I just think that signage is something that I know we talk about it a lot, we argue a lot, and I just don't, I just want to do it in a more logical way.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll agree with that. And actually, on the same token, I think that this square footage conversation, the way it's being batted around, might benefit for some more clarity. Maybe I don't know, Alex, Planner Alex, are you going to be joining us at our next meeting after the holidays?
I will be.
Maybe when we have our informational briefings, maybe we could just carve out a couple of minutes to review that and make sure we get on the same page about it. Because I feel like we're drifting into planning discussions, and there's allowable versus non-allowable uses and square footages. And my assumption is that we're reviewing projects based on their architectural merits, and it's also based on the fact that the applicants made a somewhat successful application that meets the boundary requirements of the planning implements. So like us sitting here, driving projects up and down around already established norms, and it just doesn't make any sense to me.
The allowable square footage is like the allowable height of a building. It's a maximum. It's not the minimum. I want to go to the guidelines.
I'm not talking about height though. I'm talking about like whether or not you think an applicant that is allowed to have 5,000 square feet of residence or 3,000 as a,
Well, yeah, that's something.
That, like, it's interesting that, well, for an architectural aesthetic review board, if we're talking about square footage in the interest of improving the architecture, that's one thing, but having a social sciences conversation about what people get to have and don't get to have in a planning discussion about what's allowed, it seems like it's totally off base in this board.
I think 23,000 square foot, it's not a single-family dwelling. It's a contradiction in terms. But maybe
that's not the purview of this board, though.
Okay, well, we'll get clarification on that at the next.
It's not that I don't agree with you. It's just like I just don't understand why we keep going down that lane. It seems like the wrong venue. But
I offer
I'm
some
confused.
thoughts at the next meeting and
Yeah, like I'm
sort
willing
of
to be,
what the relevant sort of framework of guidelines and regulations are and all that.
I'm happy to be corrected if if I'm misinformed. I'm happy to be educated, but I just feel like it doesn't seem like we're on track. So.
All right,
all
well,
the time.
let's talk about that at the next meeting. Someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion while I'm still flapping my gums.
I'll second it.
Second by John. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right, thank you, everybody.